Akakū's 2024 primary election coverage is brought to you by the generous support of Mahi Pono, a Maui farming company. The West Maui Taxpayers Association, advocating for you.
Aloha and welcome to Akakū's coverage of Maui County's 2024 primary election. I'm Kathy Collins, your host. Sitting next to me is our analyst for this evening, independent journalist Cammy Clark. This woman knows the issues facing Maui County very well as the players and the personalities involved. She'll be doing the bulk of interviewing this evening. Thank you so much for joining us, Cammy.
Mahalo, Kathy. I'm excited to be here tonight, especially because this is Remembrance Week to mark the one-year anniversary of the Maui wildfires. We will report on the candidates running for office, bring you the results, take an in-depth look at the issues facing us since the fires, and talk to experts here in the studio and on locations around the islands.
That we will. Mahalo, Cammy. We'll also be checking in with our field reporter, Chivo Ching Johnson, and speaking with members of our Maui community at events in Lahaina and UpCountry commemorating 1 year since the wildfires. And to set the stage for this evening's coverage, let's take a look at this video from Lahaina filmmaker Maddie Schweitzer, who, along with his family, are among the thousands of survivors of last year's wildfires.
Above the bones, let us remember the memories, filled with compassion, not scarred by anger, no, not blinded by the ashes of the past. My eyes have not seen it all yet. In my soul I know no conception is hidden. Let there be love. I wanna go home. I've got to go home. Take me home. And we gonna rise, yeah, high above the flames. Our hearts opened as the endless sky. No more deception,
the memories that video. Thank you, Maddie, for that beautiful and poignant video.
I know, I just think about the last time I was in Lahaina, just sitting under the banyan tree and riding my bike, and it's heartbreaking.
Yeah. And it's been a year, and still the images from August 8th, August 9th still stir up quite a bit of emotions. But it was lovely to see old Lahaina as it was
it
before.
Sure was.
Well, our first guests tonight are Hannah Bernard from the Hawaii Wildlife Fund and Lucienne Naie from the Sierra Club. We'll be talking to them about how climate change will affect the future of Maui Nui. And just to set the stage for that discussion, we have this video.
By the mid-1970s, most scientists, oil company executives, and the world's elite knew that our addiction to fossil fuels would heat up the planet, change the climate for good.
So I'm going to start with you, Hannah, for the questions. Is there anything specific you'd like to ask?
Sea level rise.
I would focus on the impacts to our wildlife.
And after all, this is capitalism, and there's money to be made. It's almost impossible to contemplate a Maui without its golden goose, its magnificent beaches, but the ocean is coming for us just the same.
The ocean is expected to rise by at least 3.2 feet over the next century. A new state law requires real estate sellers to disclose if a property will become underwater. But the new disclosure rule makes it mandatory and defines which properties are expected to be destroyed or damaged by sea level rise.
9 condo complexes in West Maui are falling into the ocean. Puamana Park, gone. No more beach, just rocks. This is from the county website. The red lines indicate that 85% of Maui Nui's shoreline is eroding at an alarming rate, wasting away the fastest, the North Shore. Case in point, the pavilion at Baldwin Beach. Half of it slid into the sea, the other half being buried by sand. A report released by the federal government in February predicted that sea level in Hawaii will rise by a foot in less than 30 years. It will bring chronic flooding, which will threaten 6,500 structures, nearly 26,000 acres of land, 38 miles of major roads, 550 cultural sites, at a price tag of $19 billion. And the frequency of flooding will quadruple to 200 days per year. That doesn't bode well for South Kihei, that built buildings and houses on 90% of its wetlands. We can't stop the sea from coming in, so what are we going to do? There must be something that we can do to slow it down. There is. It's called Managed Retreat from the Shore. First things first, we got to move the road that connects East and West Maui. Next, we have to malama the ocean. We have to bring back Maʻalaia Bay. The place once teemed with sea life, and now 92% of the coral reef is dead. Because we were careless with our wastewater and we injected raw sewage into the ground. It polluted the ocean and killed the reef. We have the ability and the technology to recycle all of our wastewater and use it to grow food. We can plant dunes and vegetation on the beach like they do at the youth center in Hui'ia, stopping erosion in its tracks. We can deny any plans the hotels have to turn their castles for the rich into fortresses with seawalls that will take away beaches. Hawaii Electric has to get that oil-fired power plant out of the tsunami zone and invest more heavily in renewable energy. We can stop building structures makai of the road fronting our beaches. This managed retreat won't come cheap. We can even copy what they do in Switzerland, add a hefty surcharge to every arriving passenger's airline ticket to help defray the costs. Can we afford to do all this? The real question is, can we afford not to and still keep Maui no ka'oi?
Thank you very much, J. April, for that thought-provoking examination of our situation. Cammy, I know you've got questions for both of our guests.
Let's start with Hannah. You've been with the Hawaii Wildlife Fund since 3 decades, I guess, but you've seen nothing like the fires. Tell me what has happened with the sea life and the wildlife since then.
Well, I just want to, for a moment, just acknowledge the extraordinary situation that we all are in. We're still all in recovery from the fires, and certainly one of the beautiful things about doing the conservation work that we do to help recover our native wildlife, and we're focused on sea turtles primarily right now, it's nesting season, is how many people are coming to us and joining us to volunteer to do work with us to get renewed, to feel that sense of life prevails, especially as ancient creatures as our sea turtles. But they're going to be faced with a very uncertain future. We're already seeing big changes to our beaches, our nesting beaches.
Yeah. And same for you, Lucienne. What would be the biggest changes that you've seen, from since the wildfires, and what do you think are the priorities at this point?
Well, when you see so much land consumed by flames, you have to think, what's happening when it rains, And many of us years and years ago, Hannah and I both, 20 years ago, 25 years ago, suggested reforestation on those upper slopes, something to, be more resilient. So we are seeing the effects that lack of foresight, that just abandoning things to invasive weeds has with the ash. I mean, of course, I'm concerned about the wildlife. I'm concerned about the people. I'm concerned about my friends' lungs. People are working and coming back, to help their communities and working in their own home sites. And they wear masks and they wear things, but they're just absorbing so much, and people are starting to see symptoms. So I'm concerned, of course, about the overall environmental impacts. This is a chance to maybe take a pause and say, how near the shoreline should we build? The reefs, when you have more silt coming out on the reefs, they can't function properly, so they can't act as the buffer that they could be to erosion claiming the beaches. It's kind of a vicious cycle, but we just need to unify and admit that there are strategies that we can use to cooperate with nature. So this is my, I'm an older person, and I hope to use the rest of my time here on Earth to just encourage that cooperation with natural cycles, whether it be our watersheds, our oceans, our reefs.
There's an opportunity now to bring back some of the wetlands in the Lahaina burn zone, which will also help the sea turtles. I imagine, can you guys both talk about what that would mean to both of your issues of land management as well as protecting the marine life?
Well, the wetlands are the kidneys of the environment, and there's nothing like the real thing. So to replace them with all the buildings that used to be there wasn't the best for any of us or any of the wildlife. So to have that back would restore so much health to the reef, as well as the ability for the turtles to have a place to be and feed. So having a recovered wetland anywhere in the world is a positive thing. We have lost, as Lucienne said, we've lost so much of our wetlands all around the state, and particularly on Maui. But the wetlands in Lahaina are particularly important because they were sacred grounds. And we would love to see the cultural component pulled back in as well. There is no separation between our wildlife and our cultural heritage. And so to have that come back together in health and harmony, that's the ultimate goal, for me anyway.
Well, we were both fortunate. We were involved in a number of conservation campaigns with the late, great Ed Lindsay. And Ed would always remind us that you needed to start with the spiritual underpinnings in order to arrive at a conclusion that was truly beneficial. So by looking at Moku'ula, Mokuhinia Pond, those are the piko. They're the spiritual center of our island. And the fact that they have been so disrespected is just needs to be fixed. And this is the opportunity to fix it. So yes, restoring those wetlands will and restoring the streams that actually nourish the wetlands will help the hydrology of the area. It will also, I think, return a very, very important spiritual center to proper respect. And then from that, you know, things can radiate out. I think better things can happen when you have looked at the pono of what you should be doing. So you really need to look beneath the surface, and you need to look at, you know, the amazing web of services that places like these wetlands along the coast of West Maui provide.
I know that there's been efforts for decades to do this kind of restoration work, but not the funding or not the will. Now it seems like we've got the will, and the county is going to be taking some of the land over back from the state. So do you think we can get the funding to make this happen this time, and what do you think it would take?
Well, I'll jump in. I mean, millions were collected to help Lahaina, and not all of it is spent. So I have heard positive things from, you know, Kanaka friends who are concerned with the whole Moku'ula area, that many of the areas surrounding there that were privately owned lands, like 505 Front Street location, there's a consideration just to make them part of the Moku'ula complex again, which they were. That's how it was set up. It was set up to function that way. And that's another thing. If you try to cooperate with nature and you cut off this part and you cut off that part, it's kind of like a person. You go, oh, well, go do this, but I'm cutting off your hands. You know, it just doesn't work very well. So we need to be whole picture here.
We need our filtration system, especially our natural filtration system. It needs to be returned in every way that we can, and consultation with our community there, for sure.
Well, while we're talking about Moku'ula, about the wetlands and so forth, we have a short clip of our Native Hawaiian environmental attorney, Kapua Sproat, and here's what he had to say about the issue of water just a few days after the fire.
We look today at what some Native Hawaiians are calling plantation disaster capitalism, a growing fear that wealthy interests will seize land and water resources in this time of crisis.
There's also water grab in the works, and the discussion around this really makes me fear for the future of Lahaina and whether or not it will be one that includes Native Hawaiians and other local people, or whether the Build Back will focus on outsiders. So in Hawaii, ola i ka wai, water is life. It's one of our most important resources. In fact, there are many people who would say fresh water is our most important resource. And it's what enabled our people to be able to not just survive, but really thrive in Hawaii for more than a millennia. For the people of this community, Lahaina was really the seat of the Hawaiian kingdom. It was the capital before Oahu. And part of the reason that was so, that Lahaina was such an important place, was because of the abundance of resources and the abundance of water resources in particular. Lahaina was actually known as the Venice of the Pacific, which for folks who have been there recently might seem extraordinary. Right now, Lahaina has been desiccated and is almost like a dry desert area. But when it was managed by Kanaka Maoli, by Native Hawaiians, it was abundant with water and other resources. So what happened was that with the arrival of plantation interests, those water and especially after the capital was moved to Oahu, those resources were grabbed up by landed plantation interests. So for sugar plantations and pineapple plantations, and later those resources were diverted to support other kinds of development, including luxury residential development, and even to support hotels in some instances. And so what happened is that the vai, as we call it, the wealth of Lahaina, was actually taken by these corporations. And so what we also know, at least the people from Hawaii, is that part of the reason for this extraordinary tragedy in Maui Komohana, or in West Maui, is also because there has been more than a century of plantation water mismanagement in this area. It's because of extractive water policies where water hasn't remained on the land, invasive grasses have come up. That's what created the tinderbox and this unfortunate situation of the tragic fire that took place earlier this month.
And again, that interview was recorded just a few days after the wildfires of August 8th. Cammy, you more questions?
So up in Kula, they're starting to do some mitigation work with the gulches and to try to do some land management, and we're going to have a guest talk about that. But on the west side, what do you guys also think could be done to maybe, deal with some of the, follow vegetation and things like that can be done to prevent future fires and also to bring back some of the wildlife and stuff that we're missing?
Well, like Lucienne said, at least 20 years ago, we were involved in making recommendations to the county to reuse our wastewater and try to find better, higher uses for it than just flushing it into the ocean down the injection wells. And that is one of the uses that could still be made of the wastewater at the Lahaina treatment plant, and have that water put onto the land for fire suppression, to grow green hillsides again. And so we're really proponents of that, as many people were when we were first raising awareness about the fact that millions of gallons of wastewater were being just wasted down into the injection wells every single day, and still are. So this is a really important consideration, to take care of our reefs and to take care of the entire ecosystem. We need to be smarter about what we're doing with our wastewater and think in terms of the whole cycle and the whole system. That's primary.
Yeah, priorities, we have water that is sourced from different areas, and some of it's very pristine, like we have these tunnels drilled into the side of the mountain in Maui Komahana, and the water that comes out is this beautiful, clean water. It is currently dumped into a stream and then taken into a ditch and used for private plantations. That's, the remnants of the private plantations. And it's like, that water it has a higher priority. Meanwhile, we have the R1 water from our sewage treatment plant that's dumped into the ocean that does not need it, in fact suffers from it. And it could be directed back to land, as Hannah says. And even more than that, Kamehameha Schools, which was very, very hard hit, and their lands were at the beginning of the fire, they have never had enough water to properly reforest or irrigate their lands. They're just on the end of everybody's water supply, and private landowners around them have water, and they have to kind of beg for crumbs. So allowing those who really want to do restoration work access to adequate water, and of course it needs to be not wasteful use of water. You can't just flood areas anymore. You need to use drip irrigation, et cetera, because every drop counts. But we just need this whole master plan. They have the Ridge to Reef program over in Komahana, that's been there for years with a lot of good coordination. And there's been funding, and there's been some good work done, but that needs to go on high octane, It really needs to become big priority rather than, we're doing these nice things and they're all helping a little bit, No, it needs to be boosted up.
I think that's the key, really, what you're talking about, high octane. We are walking around at a snail's pace, addressing issues that require immediate action, in essentially arguing about our furniture arrangement while our house is literally on fire. Right. And with the sea level rise, climate change, global warming, these are not issues that we can take our time and continue to waste time. We really need to get on it now, and we need to be looking at who in the political arena is willing and able to take a leadership role. We have some significant leaders that have stepped forward.
We do.
To take the lead in climate challenge action. So that's what we need, people who are ready to roll. Let's go, let's take action, let's all work together, because that train is headed to the trestle, the trestle is out, and if we don't throw all the logs and everything on that track, it's going off the rails. But we can stop it, we still can. I really believe this.
There's tremendous knowledge in the community over there, Lahaina side, tremendous knowledge of the, traditional generational knowledge there that could be put to work, and has been crying out, really, to be heard. So it is the time to listen.
Absolutely. We definitely appreciate the two of you. Both of you have championed your causes for a long time, and you can count yourselves among the very knowledgeable leaders. Thank you both for taking the time out to join us this evening, and for all that you have done for years now for our community.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Most of the focus has been on the Lahaina fires. Naturally, it was the deadliest fire in modern American history. But as you well know, there were fires upcountry and threatening Kihei as well. Sarah Tekula from the Kula Community Watershed Alliance will be joining us to talk about that area after this next video.
Lost in the shuffle is the story of the upcountry fires in Kula and Olinda. Mild by comparison, substantial damage and upheaval occurred here as well. More than 20 houses were torched and hundreds of people displaced. And people who live in Upper Kula still can't drink the water, brush their teeth, or take a shower until water testing is complete. In the meantime, people have to go find these water buffalo things on the side of the road at Rice Park, Ching Store, Cop Road, and the Holy Ghost Church. And there's another one stationed near the Kula Lodge next to the food hub. And see that up ahead? That's not New England in the fall. That's the burn zone. The flames engulfed this road on both sides of the road, took out more than 1,300 acres, the old Haleakala Highway, burnt to a crisp on both sides. And here we are, less than a half mile up from 5 trees. Nothing like Kula in the fall, except it's not the fall. It's late summer, and these leaves are dead from smoke and fire. Many of the trees are dead. But we did find one hopeful sign as we drove up country this weekend, a pasture full of cows lying down. There's an old wives' tale that says when cows lie down, rain is on the way. Let's hope the wives' tale and the cows are right. A good drenching couldn't get here soon enough.
Welcome, Sarah. Thank you for joining us this evening.
Thank you for having me.
And I'm sorry, in the rush to get you situated here, you didn't get to watch the video that we just showed, but I know it was about upcountry. And you've met Cammy.
Yes, it's
Cammy
great to
will
meet
be
you.
doing the bulk of our interviews this evening, so I'm going to turn it over to Cammy.
Great.
Well, Sarah, I just was up in upcountry talking with one of the residents whose home burnt down, and he was showing me the gulch.
Yeah.
And he said he used to throw all his stuff in there,
Yeah.
and he never knew that he was contributing to the fuel in the fire. And so your alliance that you create afterward, part of that is education and cleaning out those gulches. Could you talk to us about what you guys have been doing?
Sure. So, first I want to just speak to my own locus of enunciation. I'm a settler here on Maui, privileged to live up country and be a part of the community. I really witnessed an incredible outpouring of support, community for community in Kula in the aftermath of the fires. And shortly after the fires, people recognized what the main fuel was, what made it burn so hot and for so long and so intensely, and it was the invasive species. And people who know me on Maui know I've been kind of talking about this for a while, and so, and same with my husband Joe, who has a restoration site just slightly uphill from where the fire stopped, near Crater Road there. So we naturally were drawn to support, and people were asking questions, and so the alliance formed kind of by and for the landowners affected there, fire survivors who went through something really tragic, and we're recognizing the accountability factor and recognizing that some things need to change. And yeah, I'm pretty sure that a lot of the people that lived along that gulch weren't quite sure what that forest was about that was in their backyards, and now they really know. And so it's a massive effort. It's about 200 acres that of the burn zone that is not developed, concrete and home foundations. The rest of it is Pohakuokala Gulch, which was filled with Australian black wattle trees. These trees are notorious for drying up rivers around the world.
Yep.
And we're no different here. They really love water because they come from a place where it's more scarce.
Yeah.
So here they really go wild. And so really the effort is about making sure they don't grow back, making sure that we take care of our watersheds. You know, the word gulch, it makes it sound not so pretty, I know, but it's a valley. It's a kahawai, it's a water drainage, and that particular drainage ends up in Kealia Pond National Wildlife Refuge, a very, very valuable inland pond that's part of the wetland system of South Maui. So we really want to understand our responsibility to care for that valley as it goes through our neighborhoods.
Yeah, I got a lesson on that when the pond turned pink.
Yes.
I said, oh, it's beautiful. And they said, no, that's bad. And it is all connected. And your organization is doing a lot of work to not only correct, and clean up the area, but also to do this mitigation work. Can you talk about, because I've already seen some of the wattles already growing back. So can you talk about what, they're pretty hardy, I guess.
They're fast. So they come from a place where fire is a natural part of their ecological systems, and their seeds more readily germinate after fire. So they, it was just a blanket of wattle saplings that came out of the ashes there. But it's a long-term, multi-step process. The first thing we're really concerned about is stabilizing those soils that burn so badly. So of all of the 4 fires on Maui on August 8th, the Kula fire had the highest soil burn severity. And what that means is those wattles that were so tightly packed in that forest and all of their root systems burned up and burned for months. I think the most recent flare-up that was significant happened in January. So what that means is the soil has no more structure left, no organic matter. It's just dust. And so the first step has to be to stabilize. And then we can go ahead and fence because we have a rampant axis deer problem upcountry as well. And then we can plant, right? So there's a really important, even though there's this desire to see something else occupy that landscape after the fire, we kind of have to do it in phases. And so we have stabilized 8 acres along the gulch and in the drainage areas as an alliance through private funding that we raised in the immediate aftermath of the fire. We've also written many grants, and luckily we've been successful in receiving those funds. However, we are firm believers of kind of partnering or receiving government support. The mantra is community-led government support. I'm sure you've heard that many times, and that's definitely how we operate. So the Natural Conservation and RCS, Natural Resources Conservation Service, they have a program called the Emergency Watershed Protection Program that comes in after disasters to really kind of shore up any erosion hazards, and they've committed millions to Kula. And because we've been kind of speaking with them and collaborating with them on what would be best for Kula, we're able to see where they're going to put treatments, where they're going to put those millions of dollars. And so our responsibility as a nonprofit is to say, okay, you've got that part. We're not going to go use donor funds to support those same lands. We want you to do that. We'll do this part. And together we'll cover the whole burn scar. And once that's complete, then we can move forward with the fencing, which we're ordering now, miles of fence, and then we get to plant. And actually, we just did a ground blessing on August 8th for our community restoration nursery that was funded by the Maui Strong Fund. And that'll allow us to grow up the tens of thousands of plants that we'll need to do an appropriate restoration.
Goodbye wattles, right?
Yeah, goodbye wattles. And actually, one of the big ways to say goodbye to wattle is to have something else occupy the space and shade them out. Because if you pull them out of the ground, there's more seeds under there, and they're just going to keep coming up. And so actually the stabilization technique we use is an NRCS practice where you cover the land with 3 inches of wood chips at minimum and pack it down nice. We're using wattles for that. They make great wood chips. And what that does is instead of sheeting the water off and causing landslides, the water trickles down. Yeah. It brings all kinds of nutrients down there, and the soil stays moist, and then you can plant in that. It's all good in there. So that's sort of our process, and it's massive to do that over 200 acres, but we're not going to stop anytime soon.
Thank you, Sarah.
You're welcome.
I appreciate that.
Keep up the good work.
Yes, please. This is election day, and I am told that we do have the first printout results that will be coming up, and you're going to have to stay here for a while, Sarah.
I'm excited. I can't wait to hear about it.
Along with us. There are only a couple of local contested races because, as you know, our county council races are nonpartisan, and so only those in which there are 3 or more candidates, and so only the South Maui and UpCountry seats are in the primary. But we're going to show you the results beginning with our state Senate. Or, I'm sorry, our U.S. Senate, and this is the Green Party, and all of the candidates, I think only the Republican Party had more than one candidate, but they're all on the ballot anyway, and so you can see the Green Party candidate, Emmy Pullman, and there are the our Republican candidate. Oh, we already jumped to our.
Hope you can
we
read
do
fast.
care about our Republican races as well. Wow, that was so quick. I couldn't get through them all. Maybe we can get them back on screen. Is that possible? Going back to the Republican. Thank you very much. And so they are listed in the order of which they, oh no, so now we're back to our.
There we go.
Thank you. There we go. And so at a quick glance, I can see Bob McDermott well in the lead with the 45.5% of the votes. Now, this first printout would include pretty much all of the ballots that were received by 7 o'clock this evening. And, well, no, I'm sorry, not by 7 o'clock, but probably up to yesterday or so during the weeks of mail-outs. And then the second printout will reflect the rest of the voting that took place today and ballots that were turned in and counted today. But again, so what you're seeing on your screen is the Republican race for the U.S. Senate seat nomination. Incumbent Mazie Hirono easily going to face one of those Republicans in the general election. As you can see, Senator Hirono with 85% of the votes counted so far. For the nonpartisan, John Jufrey with 16.7. Now, because of the way that our primaries are run, you do have to declare the party and then only vote for the races in that party. So this isn't really telling about what the general is going to look like. And we have Shelby Billionaire from the We the People Party with, that's more votes than I thought would be cast in that race.
No, right?
For that party, sorry. And for U.S. House District 1, that would be Urban Oahu. There's one Republican candidate. And for the Democrats, we have incumbent Ed Case, who I think can safely say he will be going on to the general election. We have one nonpartisan candidate, and that's Calvin Griffin. And is that, oh, okay, we're into the second congressional district, which includes Maui County and all of the neighbor islands. And so the Republican candidate is unopposed, obviously, and will be facing Jill Tokuda, who will be speaking with via Zoom shortly, later on this evening. And Jill Tokuda, of course, as a Democrat, receiving a big percentage of the votes. Our nonpartisan candidate, Randall Meyer. And we have a Libertarian candidate for 2nd Congressional District, Aaron Toman. State House District 10, Tyson Miyake, who was appointed to that seat after Representative Troy Hashimoto took the Senate seat that was vacated by Gil Keith Agaran. And he does have a challenger, Jeremiah Savage, but Miyake with a very healthy lead in the primary. And there is a Republican candidate for District 13, State House District 13, Scott Adam. District 13 in the Democrat side, we have Mahina Poipoi with a commanding 65% to Linda E. Clark's challenger, 20%. And for District 14, this again is the Republican Party, one candidate, Kelly Armstrong. Our incumbent, Ellie Cochran, is running for re-election from District 14 with 57% of the vote, and Kanamu Malinbin, her challenger, with almost 28%. And again, this is probably the bulk of the ballots that have been turned in. Incumbent Tom Cook is being challenged for his South Maui council seat by the woman who formerly held the seat, Kelly King, and Johnny Prones, a third entrant into the race, and it looks pretty tight. Tom Cook right now with a small percentage, and since we are on nonpartisan with our county races, the top two vote getters in the primary will face each other in the general election, and as you can see, it's going to be a nail biter.
For sure.
Also, UpCountry, we have 3 candidates, and Yukile Sugimura is the incumbent, and she has quite a comfortable lead over both her challengers, Joselyn Cruz with 17%, Ed Godelia with 7.5%. That, again, the top 2 vote getters in today's primary will advance to the general election. Oh, we did have contested seats for Oha, the Hawaii Island seat, but everybody can vote on these, just like in our county council races. And Kai Kahele, a very familiar name, he is in the lead with 29%. And we've got Ka'apana Aki in second place, and I'm not sure, I should have done my research better, but I should have checked to see if also the top 2 vote getters for each of these races will move on to the general. I know there were a couple of other OHA races that were on the primary ballot, and for the Moloka'i seat, Luana Alapa has a very large lead over Kunani Nihipali with 12 points, and then our second 2, or our 2 other challengers running far behind. So again, if it is the top 2 vote getters, I think you'll see Alapa and Nihipali facing each other in the general. This is, again, for the Moloka'i residency seat on Oha. And for the at-large seat, we have Kali'i Akina in the lead. These are interesting. These numbers don't add up to a full 100% or even close. 14%, Le'ahu Isa with 11%. And a lot of, you can see in tiny print, blank votes. A lot of people don't feel comfortable voting in OHA because they feel they may not know they can, that they're eligible to do so, which they are. And the other, so here are the other at-large candidates. That's why the totals didn't come out. Peter Apo with 10%. So we'll go over those results again and reanalyze them. The second printout is not expected until 10:30, according to the Office of Elections. That's when they anticipate coming out with the second printout, which would be fairly close to a final count. The actual official final ballot or final printout is not released until every single ballot has been verified and so forth, and then that's often in the wee hours of the morning. And generally, the second printout will tell us everything we need to know. All right.
That was a lot.
That was a lot to read. That was only the primary. Oh boy. And so joining us in the studio now, we have one of the challengers that we, whose numbers we just looked at, and it looks pretty good for you to advance to the general right now. Joselyn Cruz is joining us. She is challenging incumbent Yukile Sugimura for the UpCountry Council residency seat. Welcome, Joselyn.
Aloha, thank you so much for having me.
Cammy has some questions for you.
Alrighty.
Yeah, so I understand that you're a champion of farmers.
I absolutely am.
Could you tell me, if you're on the county council, you know, what actions or measures would you take to help them out?
Water is definitely the most common thing that I've heard from farmers. I'm a project manager for a farm out in Deep Haiku on Honopo Road, which is pretty famous for having to fight for their water rights. So I think one of the major things we can do is redirect water allocation from for-profit corporations to nonprofits, because I don't really think anybody should be making a profit off of our precious resources.
And we had a couple guests earlier about UpCountry and some of the mitigation efforts that they're doing to not only, you know, bring back the land, but also to, you know, prevent fires from, you know, taking, and Kula was, you know, unfortunately lost a few homes, but it could have been Lahaina situation. So what kind of efforts would you take at the county council to try to get more mitigation efforts there? Because the community is doing a great job, but what could the county do?
So the county can listen to the people in the community. Actually, the Kula Community Watershed Alliance. I was on the production team for the Sunflower Farm Music Festival this year, and they had an information booth at our festival, and they had an interactive aspect to their informational booth where they had people making little seed pods that are now going to be planted. So just really working with our community. There's so many brilliant people that are putting hard work in, and I think that that's our job as representatives, is to listen to the people who have these bright solutions and start to implement them and write some bills to help pass these things.
And so it looks like if you're going to be advancing to the general election, you're going against Yuki Lee, who is an incumbent. How would you contrast what you stand for, or what you would bring to the table, versus what she does?
Well, fortunately, I'm self-funded, so I'm only beholden to myself, and I'm running a very unified campaign with James Forrest, and I'm learning a lot from Kelly King. I met both of them through the Sunflower Farm Music Fest, which I had mentioned earlier, and so I'm super grateful to have really brilliant mentors and be linked up with people in the community where I can, fortunately, stand on the shoulders of giants and just really listen to the people. And one of the things that I love that Kelly King says is we've got to take the council and put it back in the hands of the people and take it out of the hands of big builders. Yeah.
And being on the younger side, at least younger than me.
Thank you.
Affordable housing is such a big issue, and I imagine especially for younger people seeing it move off island. What kinds of things would you hope to help you know, bring more affordable housing before you see friends and others move away?
One thing that I think we can do is the Maui County Comprehensive Affordable Housing Plan has really amazing solutions in there, and hardly any, if any, have been implemented, and that was actually written before the fires even happened. So I think we need to take some pretty drastic measures to start implementing some of those, and also following the Maui Island Plan. These are plans that a lot of money went into them, and a lot of talking to the people in the community, you know, talking to economists and environmentalists. So just following those plans that were given to us that unfortunately haven't been followed. I really plan to implement a lot of those strategies, especially now after what happened last year.
And is there some particular issue or priority that if you got on the council you would want to try to push right away?
Definitely more water rights to the farmers. Again, I know I mentioned this, but that's the biggest issue that a lot of farmers are encountering right now, and food security is something that's really near and dear to my heart. And for the Sunflower Farm Music Fest, that's what we focused on, was food security. And it benefited Common Ground Collective, Grow Some Good, and Maui Food Hub. So really, really allocating water rights toward farmers and also towards affordable housing, and maybe not 5 swimming pools at a hotel.
And these projects, especially water, are very expensive, and we need the tax revenue and stuff. So what is your position on tourism and the tax revenue base that they bring in, you know, with short-term rentals and other things?
I think that ideally we start to phase ourselves out slowly of the tourism model and move more towards an ecotourism model. I think that a lot of people are really excited about those things today. You know, if you can visit somewhere and 70 to 80% of your meal was from the place that you're eating is really exciting for people. So I think as we start to phase out a little bit of the tourist-based model, we can ideally move into an ecotourism-based model, and then also implementing other avenues of income. One that I think would be really beneficial actually is the entertainment industry. Hawaii has really good taxes for people who want to shoot here, and I think we would just require anyone who wants to shoot here, you have to hire a local teamster, which is your drivers and production crew, and your caterer would have to be local. So I think that ideally over the next few years we start to really move away from tourism-based income and like shift to that ecotourism, and then start to bring in different streams of revenue.
Yeah, my friend was on White Lotus. So.
Yeah, and that's a huge one, and it excites people to come here too.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's it. Thank you so much,
Thank you so much. I appreciate you all.
Yeah. And again, it does look like you are moving on to the general election. So good luck in that, and I'm sure we'll see you back here again at Akakū.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for joining us.
You as well.
We have another interview coming up very shortly. We are going to test our technology, and if you were watching us 2 years ago for our election coverage, we had a bunch of Zoom interviews, and some went a little more smoothly than others. Hopefully this evening we won't have any problems. We've got several candidates and office holders who are scheduled to join us via Zoom, and I believe we do have one of them on right now. State Senator Angus McKelvey from the West Side is joining us via Zoom, I hope. I see him there. Are you there, Angus? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Kathy, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you so much for joining us, Angus. You're being camera shy this evening, but that's a lovely photo of you.
No, I had
and you've got all your info up there too. That's very good. That's smart. I think I'm going to do that the next time I have a Zoom meeting. I'll just put my business card up there. But Angus, you can see us as well, right?
Correct, I can, yes.
Okay, so Cammy Clark is our analyst and main interviewer this evening. I'm going to turn it over to her.
Hi, Angus. You introduced, I think, about 30 bills this legislative session, but only one on fraudulent fundraising after disasters made it. How frustrated were you, and what kind of measures that you already introduced are you going to try to reintroduce or push through the next session?
I'm not frustrated, disappointed, yes, because it was trying to get ahead of the curve of the disasters that we're going through, especially with insurance and several other things. But, we have to remember that the state was in a complete free fall. We hear it all the time about 90-10 feds. The feds are going to be there, but the reality is it's the state taxpayers who are putting everything up front. And I think what happened was it became concerted effort to really just address the basics. And one of the basics that got addressed, luckily, was the housing for fire survivors that we just had the first families welcome yesterday. And it was quite a heart emotional scene. But to know, as one person said, I'm not going to get moved around every month is such a relief. And so, you know, so to me, we keep fighting. We come back, and you know, some of these things we're going to have to try new tacks and approaches, but the issues behind them and the importance of them, I think, are still very, very germane.
And yeah, and that's a temporary housing. What kinds of things do you want to see happen for more permanent affordable housing as we move forward in the long-term recovery?
I think we got to be aggressive in identifying and partnering with private entities and businesses for adaptive use. Mixed use, adaptive reuse. There's opportunity within the burn zone itself to where employees could have housing over their businesses. I've talked to one such company, and if they're able to work their way through their zoning issues and permitting, that's something they're very eager for. And I think that's a way for us to attract and retain employees while businesses, you know, don't have to keep, you know, having to compensate for the fact that they have to commute, they have the high cost of living, car, and everything else. So that's one. And I think also to hopefully now the county has created enabling, you know, ADU legislation that could provide some immediate housing as well. But we need to also identify places like we did with Hadai, buildings that could be, you know, acquired and rehabilitated, repurposed for workforce housing and housing for our people. And we have fire survivors there too, so luckily making that happen really soon.
And what concerns do you have about the rebuilding, you know, primarily of the historic and business district of the, you know, along Front Street, and you know, and there's a variety of viewpoints of how it should be rebuilt. What do you see as what should be done in that particular area?
I think that government at all levels, especially Honolulu, D.C., needs to listen and step back and let the community, the Lahaina people, actually make the decisions. Even though they may not jive, some of them, with the wider world, it's at least we can do for the communities to empower them now more than ever. I try to build it, looked at that, you know, insofar as trying to create a new governance structure, but the whole idea behind it was the community has control over the money and the planning, and that is the tangible things that we need to rebuild. So I'm hoping, as things go forward, that this can be an ongoing commitment from all levels of government. You know, let Lahaina lead. It's more than just a post.
And when you say let Lahaina lead, there's sort of a couple factions of, you know, should, you know, Front Street be rebuilt as it was, same kind of footprint, or should you take more into consideration, you know, the current codes and climate change and the inevitable sea rise? You know, what at the state level can be done to kind of help between the two, you know, the two ways that people view that?
Well, our zoning is pretty much, you know, restricted to the, you know, SMA, submerged lands, areas like that. And so I think a lot of this is done at the county level. Nearly all of this will be decided at the county level. I think at the state level, what we can try to do is ensure that whatever state planning is involved, whatever the county decides insofar as what businesses will come back and where, then hopefully we can facilitate on our end with expedited zoning. I think for me, you know, the big thing going forward is going to be in trying to ensure try to address the water issues that are. We had several bills last year, and I think if we can follow up on the council's effort to acquire the public water resources, interconnect them, and provide a way for some flexibility to bring on housing, I think that's what's going to determine a lot of what happens from the state side. And then, of course, there's a Lahaina bypass north, but I could go on for another 10 minutes about that.
Well, thank you very much for joining us, Senator McKelvey. Our best to you, and I know we'll be talking with you again probably in a few months in November.
Yes, no, thanks for having me on. I just want to tell everybody out there, mahalo for all of those who took the time to mark the ballot. It's an uncontested race, so it means a lot, and the issues are challenging are there, but I'm here to just swing for the fences for our local people every time. So mahalo to all of you, and thank you for the questions. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for joining us. Chivo Ching Johnson is in Lahaina this evening. Part of the Week of Remembrance events and activities includes the Bon Dance, which would normally be held at Lahaina Jodo Mission. As you probably know, the Obon Festival is a Japanese Buddhist tradition that basically, it's the festival of the dead, and most of the missions and temples this year are dedicating their Bon dances and services not only to all of the ancestors that belong to each respective temple, but also to the victims of the wildfires of August 8th, 2023. And so they're having a Bon dance at Lahaina Cannery Mall. We are going to take you there live from Lahaina. Chivo Ching Johnson is out there doing his best.
Want me to do a stand-up? Just pull a little wide.
Okay, everybody, get your fans off.
I'm wide. He's wide. Okay. If you want to do you.
I was really hoping to see Chivo in the ring there dancing.
Right.
So maybe maybe the next time we check in with our live shot, Chivo will be dancing. He's probably running around trying to catch interviews with various people, because I know a lot of our elected officials and community leaders are there celebrating the Obon Festival in Lahaina. Well, no big surprises as far as the election results go.
No, we knew Kelly King and Tom Cook was going to be a close one, and that looks like it's as
sure
close as you could be.
That's going to be.
Yeah, and everything else kind of was the incumbents were winning, and
yes, yeah, and the way that the South Maui race is running now. Boy, it's going to be really difficult to predict anything for the general. That is going to be the one that people will be watching. We also were fortunate to have a number of great interviewees in the studio.
For sure. We learned so much about the environment and what mitigation efforts are being done, what can be done for the water, and everything's just interconnected between the marine life and the land and preventing fires, and yes.
That it is. And we look forward to having more informed and entertaining guests I'm sure, as the evening goes on. And then there's, of course, more election results. Again, the second printout is due at around 10:30. If it comes in earlier, we'll be sure to bring them to you right away as soon as we get them. But lots more coverage of the issues that have arisen as a result of the events of August 8th, but also the commemorative events of this week of remembrance. All of that yet to come here in Akakū's coverage of Maui County's primary election 2024. We're going to take a short break now, and then we'll be back with more candidates and coverage.
I plan on voting in the upcoming election. Even though I don't necessarily have a full understanding of all of the issues that are impending, I know it's my responsibility as a citizen of the island. So me and all of my family members are meeting together to go over those issues, and we'll be casting our vote.
On an upcoming election, I totally plan to vote. I believe that our politics are important here on island, and I'm going to exercise my vote.
Yes, I do. I'm happy to vote in this upcoming local election.
Yes, I do, and the reason I'm going to vote is because I have a common interest in causing building the food security for Maui, and so I'll be voting for those people I think will serve us the best in the legislation.
Definitely, I plan to vote this coming election. I voted as long as I could remember.
Well, yes, I do plan on voting because the people power, yeah? It's not going to happen. Things won't change unless we vote.
Yeah, I do plan on voting. I actually just received my ballot in the mail. I was really excited to get it. I think it's one of the most important ways that we can have our voice heard as individuals.
We are here at the Lahaina Civic Center Gymnasium and Amphitheater here in Lahaina, Maui. Today, we're here celebrating our Kūpuna. They lead us, they are older than us, they're guiding us, they're our foundation. We are here to uplift them and make sure they have the strength to carry us as well. We're looking to them to inspire us. So our event today, our gathering is called Kūpuna Aloha. So there's a bunch of different reasons why it was important to coordinate all of these events. The first one is safety. You know, a lot of different organizations all want to do things, right? They want to be helpful. They want to support their community as best they could. And so in order to help make sure that they weren't just doing pop-up events that weren't promoted correctly, that didn't have safety components in line, the County of Maui stepped in to help give them that foundation and make sure that all of these things that we are doing in order to remember those that passed, to never forget that day last year, and make sure we're all safe. The messaging today to our Kūpuna is to make sure that they feel strong and that they are able to continue to lead us, right? We're gonna listen to them. They're the boss. We can't question them at most times, especially at this older age, right? It's like, you can sit down, you can do whatever you want, Auntie. I cannot tell you nothing, but really we want to make sure that they feel that we're empowering them, right? Because if you don't believe in someone, they can tell, and they're not going to produce. They're not going to produce the fruit we need, right? So we want to make sure that they feel uplifted, especially in this time. Their friends are passing away. Their loved ones are passing away. Their friends, their best friend that they see every single day, are gone, and they only have themselves for a lot of them. And even with the fire, they're being secluded even more. So they don't have that time to talk to people, see other friends and neighbors that they used to. They don't have their home. And so a lot of them, they're displaced in not just their physical home, but in the world, right? And so giving them these opportunities now to gather, to talk story is so important. And this is what this event provides. And many more. We're so grateful to Kaunua. They give such great support to our seniors. Maui has probably one of the best senior citizen programs in the US or in the world. I don't know anywhere else that take care of their Kūpuna better than us here on Maui. And that's in big part to the County of Maui.
Aloha, we are Malu'i Ku'ulu, crisis counselors for the fire survivors. We are on Maui, up Iao Valley.
We are Malu'i Ku'ulu, and we are crisis counselors that were formed after the fire started, help with Lahaina families and UpCountry families deal with the impacts of the crisis. And today we're here making leis for the survivors. We have a bunch of volunteers that have signed up, and Delana and Irene will be showing them how to make leis. We are going to do 425 feet that we are going to bring to the memorial and stretch it all the way across the entire memorial on the 8th.
And we call this Le for Lahaina, and the intention behind it is as fire survivors start to move into the hotels, we wanted to just focus and give them a safe space to come, learn how to make tea leaf, talk story, cry it out, hug it out, and weave lei at the same time. We like to say our names and one thing that we're thankful for, but it's definitely a therapeutic way to talk story, to get to know each other, to bond, to know that we're not alone, yeah?
Well, we thank our volunteers.
Yeah.
Without them, we would not be able to make all of these things.
Yeah.
They have been here supporting us, making all the leis, and it was a very good community effort.
So on the 8th, we'll be there about 5 o'clock. But we're gonna wait. We're gonna wait for people who to come, who helped us make the lei for the event.
And then we will offer the leis along the overpass.
Yes, so we have Leimana who will oli us in, and we'll go put the lei and make it ready, and then we will oli mahalo out. Our purpose for our Le for Lahaina is to get the memorial, from our hearts to the memorial of the people who passed, and just do a little part for the families when, for the families when they go visit, or Lahaina.
Oh, let us rise above the bones. Let us remember the memories. No more afraid, no more alone. Let our spirits fly so free. oh yeah, ever guided by Jaja fire. Oh, I wanna go, take me home. I've got to go, take me home. I wanna go, oh, so take me home, Lord, take me home, na na na. You take me home now, take me home, yeah, yeah, yeah. You take me home now, take me home, na na, yeah, yeah. Dig a bit, oh. Yeah, take me home.
Akakū's 2024 primary election coverage is brought to you by the generous support of Mahi Pono, a Maui farming company. The West Maui Taxpayers Association, advocating for you.
And we're back with our exclusive coverage of Maui County's 2024 primary election, as well as Remembrance Week events after the Maui wildfires a year ago. I'm Kathy Collins, your host. Our analyst is Cammy Clark, and she will be doing most of our interviews. We're very delighted to be joined by former council member, now seeking her old seat back from South Maui, Kelly King. Aloha, Kelly.
Aloha.
Thank you for joining us.
So Kelly, I wanted to start with one of the most hot button items for South Maui, which is the short-term rentals. Could you tell what your position is on that issue?
Yes, I've actually expressed this several times, and what I'd like to see is an actual plan, because all I've seen so far is a proposal to do away with something like 7,000 units. I have talked to a lot of local people who say they don't want to live in tourist condos. They probably won't be able to afford the HOA fees as well as the high rents. And I really think that what we needed before making this proposal, I mean, I'm totally supportive of counties being able to direct whatever happens with our short-term rentals, but the idea of just making all of them into long-term rentals, I think, is going to leave us with a lot of stranded assets. We're not going to be able to rent those all out to full-time residents. And I think that we need a certain number of those units to stay in short-term rentals, so that, because my biggest fear is that we're going to have hotels jumping in saying, well, now we have to build more hotels because we've lost so many short-term rentals. So we need a plan to figure out the, and I've always been a big proponent of the Maui Island Plan numbers, which basically has told us for many years that we've had too many tourists on the island. So we need to get down to what the acceptable number is that we can handle as we diversify our economy and give other opportunities for our young people to make a living, make a family wage earning job. But we need to figure out what that number is. How many tourists do we want? Let's make sure we have enough units for them so we don't have to build more hotels. Let's not use these condo units as an excuse to stop building affordable housing for our residents. I've been responsible for instigating and completing in my first 3 terms 2 short-term rental projects that resulted in about 250 units that are start under $600 for a 2-bedroom apartment in South Maui. Also one housing projects that was 100% affordable. So, and there's other projects that I instigated that are now going vertical. So it can be done, and it has been done. And I would like to see us continue that, rather than trying to put our people into these aging condos that are also going to be burdensome when we start trying to do repairs on some of them. As a member of the Kihei Community Association, Tina Weilberger and I created an infrastructure and transportation committee for South Maui, and one of the presentations we had was on the aging issues with our shoreline condos.
Yeah.
Some of those pipes are dropping almost raw sewage right into the ocean. So we have rusting, aging infrastructure in those condos, and I do not want to burden our local people with the expense of fixing those up.
Right. And we were seeing some of the results already, and it's going to be a nail biter between you and Tom Cook, who now holds the seat. If you would compare yourselves, what do you think is the biggest difference between what you would do on the council and what you think he might be doing?
Well, I think the biggest difference is what I've already done, because I do have a record of having passed a lot of legislation for preservation of our environment, our biodiversity, climate action, affordable housing. And so I feel comfortable in saying I'm walking the talk, and I will continue on with that record. I've heard a lot of buzzwords from my opponent, but I haven't seen a lot of action or a lot of results in those areas. It's easy to say you're for sustainability, but walking the talk is a different thing. And I would like to continue on working with developers who are committed to 100% affordable housing projects. I'm not enthralled with the projects that are 10 or 20% affordable, 80 to 90% high-end luxury homes.
Right.
I don't think we need that in our community.
We have a new housing department, a new housing director. What would you like to see him do in terms of these 100% affordable projects and and other projects that you might need around the island?
Well, I think I continue on that trend, but also one of the things that's been missing, I mean, every politician talks about the permit process and how we need to fix the permit process. And we have tried to do that in the past by having these, I think it was Mayor Arakawa who tried that, where he had once a month you could come into the mayor's lounge and you could visit all the departments at one time, and trying to expedite the permit process. The problem with expediting the permit process is that you could end up with some really bad projects along with the ones that you want, along with the ones that are 100% affordable. And I've found from my time in the council, the way I was able to get 2 affordable rental projects done within 2.5 years each, and people moved in, was by working with the developer and having the developers meet with the community, the Kihei Community Association, the South Maui Advisory Committee, the neighborhood people. You spend 3 to 4 months doing that, and you can shave 2 to 5 years off the permit process. Because in working with the community and realigning your project to what the community wants and needs, now you can have people coming to the council, and we did, supporting these projects, and they flew through the process. I mean, I had the developer who built the 2 affordable rental projects in South Maui during my time told me, this doesn't happen without you, Kelly, without you working with the community. And I felt like by bringing the community in, and he realigned some of the issues with his projects. Like, one of the things was they were 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms. And the Kihei Community Association said, could you make them 2 and 3 bedrooms, and then you could house more people? So they did that. They reconfigured some of the amenities on their project with, to put parks in, and they have a community kitchen, a medical center where they could bring in medical experts to meet with folks to get vaccinations and things like that. And so in doing that, they garnered the complete support of the Kihei Community Association. And the developer said to me, 2 years, it really takes a long time to get a project through here. And I said, are you kidding me? That's breakneck speed. I mean, 2.5, it would have been done in 2 years, but then we had the fire in August, and the insurance company made them replace a bunch of cabinets and drywall. But anytime you can get something done in 2.5 years, it's remarkable. And we have people moved in. We were able to house some homeless people because, you know, there are a lot of homeless people who are working, but they can't afford these rents, so they're living in their cars. So, I mean, that just filled my heart, really, to be able to do those kinds of projects and get them done and moved in before my term was up.
Well, thank you so much. It's such a pleasure, and we look forward to the primary for sure.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Kelly. It's good to see you again.
Good to see you.
Thank you. Well, 1 year after the fires, the community is focused on rethinking and re-engineering our economy, trying to come up with the best possible road to recovery. Now, according to Paele Kiakona of Lahaina Strong, the challenges that West Maui faces and how the community addresses them could possibly serve as a model to rebuild Hawaii as a whole.
Every disaster is a great opportunity if handled correctly. We have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity in Lahaina to address all of the accumulating issues. I tell people this all the time. I'm not happy that this happened to us in Lahaina, but I'm happy that it didn't happen to anybody else because our community is so tightly knit. Our communities are strong. They're not afraid to stand out in front and be vocal about what they believe in. Lahaina has the most densely packed, Lahaina is the most densely packed area with all of these issues. Lack of infrastructure, over-tourism, too many short-term rentals, lack of enough water, potable water, because they're owned from private entities, too much private ownership, lack of adequate schooling, like everything. Everything that the entire state deals with every day, it's centralized in Lahaina. We have an opportunity right now to highlight all of those issues and bring them to the forefront and fix them to rebuild our town. We can now act as a template for the rest of the state to follow. You know, we have, the community has the will to make it happen. Unfortunately, a lot of this fight will be political. So if the community has the will to make it happen, the government has the means to make it happen. So we need to continue to push our government officials to do what is right by our people.
Maui County, well, Maui Island, and the economy in general. We have two of the most qualified folks to speak to this. We've got our new Maui Food Bank CEO, Lisa Paulson, and CEO of Maui Chamber of Commerce, Pamela Tumpap. And before we get started, Lisa, congratulations on your selection as one of Forbes magazine's top 50 over 50. Businessmen. Wow, that's impressive.
Thank you.
And now I'm going to let Cammy ask you the tough questions.
I was going to congratulate you too. But I wanted to start with your former job when you were with the Lodging Association, and right now there's a lot of talk about tourism being down about 25%. You know, what was the Lodging Association trying to do, and how impactful has it been to the, you know, to the mom and pop places and the hotels as well?
Yeah, absolutely. So what we were, and I've got 1 week left.
1 week left.
So I'm doing the transition this week. You know, what we've really been focusing on is workforce needs, right? We've lost about 3,100 in the industry from the workforce, not jobs. They've left the island, you know, and so we're concerned about, you know, how we can maintain the industry and also how we can create that new workforce pipeline. So workforce development is something we're really, really working on hard and heavy, and a lot of the partners we're looking at is Maui College and the Tim School.
And how about bringing the tourism, you know, tourists back? Because, you know, a lot of them got the message right after the fires, you know, you got to get out to help Maui, and some of that messaging has stayed that way. You know, what can be done to say, you know, the rest of Maui, you know, is open for business?
Right. So we've been working very closely with our partners, Hawaii Tourism Authority, Hawaii Visitors and Convention Bureau, that are really the those organizations behind the marketing message. They're getting ready to do a heavy market saturation to Los Angeles and then San Francisco to some of our West Coast visitors that we always rely on that market, and they come and they're frequent visitors. So we're hoping that new message and the visit to both of those areas will help us out.
Right. And Pamela, you've been also about workers and and where they live. You know, sometimes people don't think that that's what the Chamber does, but I know that affordable housing has been very high on your list for a while. What have you seen since the fires, and what has the Chamber been, you know, working towards or trying to help in terms of affordable housing?
Thank you. Well, we did do, you know, as you mentioned, we have a history of working on housing, and the reason is because we've got a housing crisis, and it's a long-standing housing crisis. So what we've been doing is working with the development community. We did a summit in 2017, 2019, and the staggering fact is, and it's really important, we did a projection moving forward. In 2019, our median home price was $875,000 median, and we projected, just using a low interest rate that they can do for reverse mortgages, that in 2024 we would hit over $1 million median, actually $1.2 million median home price, and we've exceeded that. And we projected by 2042, so in 20 years out, our median home price at a low projection, meaning we're wrong, it'll be higher than this, will be over $2 million. Clearly unaffordable for our local families. So actually, even with COVID, we were working on housing solutions, trying to look at modular homes, look at things that were more affordable, but that would be hurricane rated, you know, have all the wind ratings, the hurricane ratings, fire ratings, that would be movable and modular, quickly put up, quickly taken down, but last for 30 years. So we were working on those kinds of solutions. So when the wildfires hit, we were working fast and furiously to try and get those solutions into the county. We had developers meeting with the county. We had a meeting with Tashikama. We had a listening session with FEMA. Unfortunately, when FEMA put out their bid, in addition to modular, they added mobile, because on the mainland they're used to dealing with these trailers. And we had been working with them on, we have a development community. We need to build, especially in times like this, local capacity. So we were working very closely with them to work on this. Housing is critical to business survival as well, because we don't have places for our employees to live. So that, and also if they're housing insecure, they're not ready to come back to work. So we've been working fast and furiously on that. And then, of course, working to help our businesses survive during this time.
Right. And a lot of businesses, obviously, they lost their locations in the fire. And there's now talk about doing a temporary business district in West Maui. Is there anything that you can tell us about what that might be and how the Chamber would help with that?
So we stand ready to help. And actually, Luana Mahi, our Office of Economic Development Director, and her team are working very hard on that. It is part of the Maui Economic Recovery Commission. There's a lot of sort of breakout groups. I serve on that. Lisa serves a lot. Over 100 people serve on that, but also from across the state. But you know, a lot of review, a lot of asking for input. But they're putting that together now, and I think it's a really great idea. I think the key thing is, as they build it out, to continue to involve and survey the community. They're looking to try and have it privately funded. So, you know, I think in a big way, not only can we help advise on what we think will work really well, in addition to what the communities out there, most importantly what the community out there feels works really well, but working with businesses and also understanding development and bringing partners together, as well as being able to ask both public and business sector folks to come together and help fund this, and the community to help fund this. The business sector has been very generous in supporting our community. So, you know, we will definitely be there to help them move that project forward. It's critically needed, but we are also seeing, of course, rent skyrocket across the island, and commercial, you know, of course, not only rental homes because of the FEMA placements and how they did that with the condominiums, but also in commercial rents. And it's skyrocketing, so it's making it very difficult for small businesses to pivot, many of whom still had COVID loans coming out of COVID and still owed back rent coming out of COVID.
And couldn't afford another loan.
Right.
Talking about the Recovery Commission that you were both serving on, I understand the report's going to be coming out towards the end of the year on that. Is there anything that you can share about what some of the things that might be done to help our economy now that tourism is down like about 25% and doesn't look like it's picking up anytime real soon?
I'll let you start.
So there's been a lot of discussions on what other economic engines we can bring in, and that's going to take political will. We all agree on that, but the discussion is going to be in the report. The committee I've ended up on is the planning committee, and we're doing systems mapping, which is really exciting because then you get to see where the deficits are in our housing and our food equity and our business areas and our transportation. So that's a document that's going to be really exciting for us to use as we plan and move forward.
I was going to say, and I'm on that committee as well. Well, we started out in different committees, and now as the processes move forward, we're merging into new committees. I'm really a big fan of systems thinking because I was involved in those kinds of projects in rural development 20 plus years ago. So not new, but excited to see how they're moving forward with that. The critical thing in our economic, well, first of all, housing is critical to our economic development. Because if, first of all, if we're going to attract other industries, they're going to need workers. And we want to attract industries with higher paying wages. So that means that we're going to have to bring housing down so that they can afford to bring people in. And it's one of these things that we've looked at for 20 years. Over 20 years, I worked at the Maui Economic Development Board in the past. And it comes down to sort of 3 dots. The first dot is a business-friendly environment, and that starts at the state level. Okay, so that, and every year the Chamber has been educating state lawmakers on where we would like to see economic development. We've highly leveraged our economic engine. We built so many industries around the visitor industry, and that's what you're supposed to do when you have an economic engine, right? You leverage that, and we've done that. And there are still ways to do that. Things like medical tourism can still be, one of the things on the plate. But you first have to have a business-friendly environment for businesses to move into. The second thing is you have to have sustained political will. And with elections, and this is an important time to talk about sustained political will, because it takes long-term investment and government investment to attract these industries. And so that's why those 3 things are critical. And 20 plus years ago, we were talking about being the high-tech center of the Pacific Rim. I was back in the days marketing high-tech Maui, high-tech Hawaii. We had the Cancer Research Center doing amazing things at UH. We brought in the supercomputer. Right, we had some key drivers. And about, last year, it was before the wildfires, we did a session on how Hong Kong is now that economic engine. They are the high-tech leaders in the Pacific Rim. And guess what they started with? Those 3 dots.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep. Well, thank you so much.
Yeah. We could talk with you all evening.
So could we.
Yes, so could we.
And we'd love it, but we know you have many other conversations.
We have other guests, and we have a bunch of videos. So housing and short-term rentals is an issue that keeps recurring naturally. It is a hot-button issue. Right now we have a clip from the Lahaina Strong rally on dignified housing, and this is from several months ago.
And I think the huge thing about this STR conversation is the fire highlighted how horrific it is for our West Side community, right? But I have been seeing that it is an issue in every community in our state.
Our community is totally torn apart. We have about 3,000 people still living in the hotels. 87% of the remaining housing in Upper West Maui is short-term rentals. 13% is left to our local community, and the rest of us have to make the drive through Keawe Street mess in traffic with that extra stoplight, all the construction going on, over the pali to wherever we have to go, at least an hour. And if you're driving Pauhana time, or you're driving in the morning when the kids are going to school, or everyone's starting work here in the hotels, you're sitting for an hour, hour and a half to come here to work in these hotels, to serve the tourism industry, or do whatever you have to do here, bring your kids to school. But my question is, if we're the ones that make Lahaina Lahaina, and this community thrives off of the back of us, why do we have to leave? Our community has to come in, clock in, drive past our burnt downtown, drive through here when tourists can sleep comfortably in our hometown for their enjoyment, and we no can.
And this is what's being allowed to happen by those in charge. It's unacceptable. Those that are refusing to allow their short-term rentals to be used by our community, that are choosing to put their profit over all of these incredible people, do not deserve to be in our community. Amen. They do not deserve to do their business here. And they should be selling those off to people that live here and getting out.
And again, that was from the rally a couple of months ago. We are back live in the studio, our 2024 primary election coverage, including many of the issues surrounding the aftermath of the Maui wildfires. And joining us now is Matt Jakowski. Thank you for coming, Matt. Cammy has some questions for you.
Thanks for having me.
Well, Matt, we talked soon after the fire about the website that you created, Maui Hali Match, to try to get, displaced people into housing. What did you learn from the experience, of how high the rents were and what kind of inventory we had on the island?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I initially created that website just because I wanted to help connect people to housing, and I had no higher level goal of tackling the housing crisis or even getting pulled much deeper into this like I've become. But, at the peak, we had over 3,500 families in hotels. We had other families who had found their own temporary housing situations out in the community, but they were tenuous. We're talking about thousands of families who needed housing. And on my website, I reached out to a bunch of people and we were only able to connect about 100 families with housing, which I feel good about, but I was really hoping for many more people to offer housing. And so I started to dig into why that was the problem. And, I went to look at Facebook Marketplace and Craigslist and, Realtor.com to look at the rentals that were out there. There were only about 100 long-term rentals listed for the whole island last fall. And if you looked at those rentals, some of them were just single bedrooms. Some of them were houses renting for $10,000, $20,000 a month. There just wasn't enough long-term rental inventory for our families that needed housing. So that led me into looking at property tax data, and that's when you see that Maui has a long-term rental property tax class. There's only about 2,500 of those on the island. There are some more people operating short-term rentals who aren't in that property tax class, but it's not a lot, and almost all of those were occupied. If you look more in the property tax data, you see we have about 13,000 short-term rentals and about 12,000 second homes that sit empty for most of the year. So that became, that was the main thing I got from my Maui Hali Match work, was seeing that, we weren't housing people in long-term rentals or even in the homes of local residents who don't typically do long-term rentals, but we're then opening them up for fire survivors. There just wasn't enough inventory. And the only place to look if you wanted to keep people on the island and get them out of the hotels is to our short-term rental and our second home inventory.
Right, and so between Lahaina Strong and some other groups, they've really pushed for converting some of the short-term rentals, specifically the ones on the Minatoia list that are kind of older buildings, into, at least taking them off of short-term rentals and hoping that they're going to become long-term rental. You did a presentation, with Mayor Bisson at one of the county council meeting. Can you kind of go over some of the points of that presentation and why you feel strongly that this could work?
Yeah, so I want to be clear first. I think short-term rentals are just part of the solution. We had a housing crisis before the fire, and now we're in an even worse housing crisis. And there's kind of three prongs to tackling that housing crisis. I think, the one thing that everyone talks about and is absolutely true is we need to be building more housing. If you look from, the 1980s to 2010, we were adding between 900 and 1,500 resident housing units every year. But if you look in the past decade, we've only been adding about 100 resident housing units per year. So we're just not adding enough housing. The other thing is we have a huge second home population on this island, and a lot of these second homes are in West Maui. And does that make sense when we have so many people who are struggling with housing? You know, these are homes that have you know, limited water resources and other utilities, and they're sitting empty most of the year when we have people who are struggling. But short-term rentals are a big part of that picture. If you do look at the property tax data, you see that in West Maui, 50% of all the housing units are short-term rentals, and only a third of the housing units are housing our residents. You know, those are owner-occupied homes, those are long-term rentals, those are apartments, but it's only a third. And the reason why short-term rentals play a big role is because of time. If you're talking about building units, right, we were saying that, you know, back in the 1980s, 90s, and early 2000s, we were building about, you know, approximately 1,000 units per year, but now we're down to 100, right? So there's some real reasons why we're not building 1,000 units per year. There's some regulatory issues, and there's really major water infrastructure issues. So we can't just snap our fingers and go back to building 1,000 units per year, right? As much as we would all like for that to be the case. So if we want to bring housing online in any reasonable time frame for these people who are now moving from hotels into like temporary housing that's supposed to last 3 to 5 years, we need housing that already exists. We're not going to be able to build that permanent housing quick enough. And the only housing that fits that bill is short-term rentals and second homes. But you know, the short-term rentals are the piece that can be regulated more with the passage of that state bill.
So, you know, you're a numbers guy, and one of the criticisms at that meeting was that it was kind of, you know, heavy on the housing part of it and not so heavy on the economic part of it. What have you seen or looked at in terms of talking about the lost revenue that sometimes would go to building affordable housing, you know, and maybe some loss of jobs and some other things versus the number of units that might actually be converted into long-term rentals?
Yeah, cool. That's a great question. So first, there had already been 2 kind of economic analyses that had been released and widely read, commissioned by the Realtors Association and by Travel Technology Association. And you know, I did think it was important to respond to those because they are worst case economic analyses. So they basically say, take these Minatoia list units and say every single tourist who would stay in these units decides not to come to Maui. That's just not true. You know, it's not just me making that statement, but Carl Bonham, who's the executive director of the University of Hawaii Economic Research Organization, has said that. We're definitely going to get some of these people who shift over to hotels and other short-term rentals that we have on the island. And so, you know, it is important to kind of to put the context around the economic studies that are out. But at that point, the county had already engaged UHERO to do a very comprehensive study, right, that will be coming out. I'm not sure exactly when. But nobody was talking about the data on the housing, you know, crisis itself. So that's what I decided to focus on. But yeah, getting to the you know, economic numbers, I have studied what I can, and basically, depending on what these units convert into, we're looking at a property tax loss of something like, you know, $30 to $60 million. You're looking at loss of county GET and TAT tax on the order of $15 million. So that's like from total tourist spending, assuming that all of these tourists who stay in these units do not come, right? So that's like a worst case number. Right. But you know, just to put those into context, right? The county can change property tax rates. They can, and they actually need to raise property tax rates on second homes. That's part of making the short-term rental thing work, right? If we stop allowing short-term rental usage in some of these units, we don't want them to turn into second homes. That doesn't house any residents. And the way you disincentivize that is by raising the tax rates on them. I mean, in fact, the Honolulu County Council is seeing a bill very shortly on an empty home tax to do a similar thing in Honolulu. And yeah, what else was I going to add to that? There's a lot. There's a lot.
No, well, thanks.
It's a complicated issue, and it's multifaceted, and we absolutely appreciate the effort that you have put into this in your activism. Thank you so much, man.
Thank you very much.
And thank you for joining us.
Mahalo.
So my usual election co-host, Chivo Ching Johnson, is out in the field. He's been in Lahaina for most of the day. He's still there now. And a little bit earlier, he spoke with Mayor Richard Bisson. I think we have that video now.
Are you concerned with the economic forecast, and what ideas have you got for it?
Okay, I'll just say that they're not all interrelated, all of those three issues you discussed, but taking them one at a time. First of all, I just want to say thank you to the business community of Maui, especially in Lahaina, for being so patient with us, the county, during this past 12 months, understanding and agreeing that our focus should be with and on our homeowners and our renters. And but they see the progress that's being made, again, quicker than we had predicted. So, you know, our focus is going to start to expand as well to our businesses, especially small business owners, so that we can help them get back. And there have been discussions already had. We'll have more formal discussions with them and our people. So I'm looking forward to working with them and helping them, because, of course, one of the signs of a recovery, a successful recovery, is the success of the economy. We understand that. And it's an interesting, I don't want to call it a dilemma, but you need housing so that you can have workers so they can work. You need jobs for the people to go to work so they can pay for their rent and mortgage. So that's very interrelated. The short-term rentals and the hotels. So, of course, hotels have been impacted by what happened to us here. And, you know, I think the messaging, you know, will improve, you know, soon, so that people, of course, understand that Lahaina was impacted, not other parts of Maui, not other parts of Hawaii. So I think there can be a better message on that. And, you know, there's been this talk of more respectful understanding of what people will see and come to, at least as to the west side. So I think there are people working in that direction. But as far as the short-term rentals, the Minatoia list, I think that's going to have a very robust discussion with the county council. All three planning commissions have already approved having it go to the council. And I know there'll be a lot of discussion on this, and we want people to come forward. We want people to share their mana'o, just so people know that that issue, there are many layers to it. And we can talk about that when the time comes. But I'm excited to share our position more deeply when the time comes.
Well, and there are no easy fixes for any of those things. But, you know, for example, the Minatoia list, you know, you mentioned at the beginning that you anticipated some pushback. But, you know, when it feels like the right thing to do and it's the right time to do it, then you just have to go full speed ahead and see what happens.
Well, I think this has been well thought out. One of the criticisms from people is that, you know, you're not thinking about the consequences, you're not thinking about the impacts. That has been thought about. People have talked about a lot of this for years, and more specifics are coming out. But what I want to clarify is, if a property believes that they are a hotel and they're functioning as a hotel, then they should apply for zoning to be a hotel. And then they would pay a hotel rate and not an apartment rate on their taxes. But that's something that anyone can do at any time. They didn't need to wait for this to happen for that. And again, that's not a decision we're going to make and say, you're a hotel, you're an apartment, you're a hotel, you're an apartment. That's a decision they can go and make. There will be those that we'll talk about that are functioning as long-term rentals. People are living in them long-term. People are owners. So, you know, at every, you know, characteristic, it's an apartment. So we need to make sure that it's properly zoned. If you're in an apartment zone for long-term, then that's what you should be functioning as. And if you're a hotel, then you should be functioning as one. And that's really the clarification. And again, this doesn't impact every short-term rental on the island. This only affects those that are in the apartment zone, and that's not all of them. So, you know, we've been trying to clarify that as well. And then, of course, looking at what's available for tourists if they do come and visit, if they choose to stay at a short-term rental. We're dealing with less than half, or just around half of those. They're never at 100% capacity, excuse me. They're never at full capacity, so there's always availability. So again, you know, we can crunch those numbers and show to the community what the real impacts are.
Thank you so much. And one quick question. We're in the middle of fire season, and there's been a lot done to mitigate fires, but there seems to be a lot of fires lately. What ideas do you have going forward to continue mitigation of fire problems?
So of course we want to enforce landowners being responsible for any sort of fuel sources that are on their property. I mean, that's the law. We need to look at enforcement of that. The educating our community, how we can become a more fire-resistant community. Having our N5 sensors, which we've deployed 16 of them throughout Maui County. I know Hawaiian Electric has installed cameras with AI capability that make it faster to detect potential areas of smoke and or fires. We have increased the size of our fire department by 29 positions so we can increase our surge capacity. We've increased our emergency management folks. First of all, we have a brand new emergency management administrator, a former battalion chief, Amos Lono Kailua Hewitt. And I think with the 13 more positions there, we can have somebody full-time on Molokai, one on Lanai, one in Hana, and then of course increase our capacity at Mima. So we are, applying the lessons learned.
And I know that it will only continue to grow and get better and better. And I thank you so much for the time that you give me. And I hope you have a wonderful night here at the Obon Festival.
Yes, you too as well. Thanks, everybody. Aloha.
Aloha. Well, there you have it. So it's back to you, Cammy and Kathy, in the Akakū studio. In the meanwhile, I'm going to go out and check out the Obon Festival.
Thank you very much, Chivo Ching Johnson and Mayor Bisson. And in the studio, we now have South Maui Council member Tom Cook, who is in one of the two contested local races in this primary election. Aloha, Councilmember Cook.
Aloha to both of you, and thanks for the invitation. I'm really happy to be here.
Well, we're glad that you could be here. I'm going to let Cammy do most of the interviewing. I'll jump in if something pops into my head. But,
okay.
So Tom, as a former general contractor, you've talked a lot about housing. Now with a new housing director and a new housing department, what direction would you like to see them go?
I'm really excited about the new housing director. I had the opportunity to work with him when he was in the Office of Council Services. He's brilliant, and I could not think that we could have a better person. The direction I'm hoping that we can go is to basically tune into what happened after the Lahaina fire when our community was united. And if we can be united in the pursuit of building homes, we can do it. One of the challenges that I've witnessed over the last 20 years, Maui Nui Affordable Housing Task Force and all the different activities and groups trying to build homes, is we agree on it. And then right away, it's like, but for who and where and what and how? We need to stay united and focus on the path that we desperately need. It went from a crisis to a catastrophe. We went from needing like 5,000 homes, estimated according to like 15 or 20,000 homes over the next 15 years. I think if we work together, we can do it. The problems are social and political, not financial or technical.
When you say social and political, what do you mean? Because Kelly King talked about permitting and things like that. What in council can you do to try to get that where affordable housing used to be built at a much faster clip than it is these days?
Well, that's what I mean by is people agree. One of the challenges is like we want to build housing, and when you go for who, and then it's like making it super restrictive so people can't sell it. The intent, and I honor the intent, is to make it so that we don't have a speculative real estate market and locals can keep the housing, but it's not helping the locals get the housing. We can build, it takes, just to give you an idea, you can build a 3 or 4 bedroom house in 120 days. It currently takes 300 days to get a permit. So, I mean, if you sort of look at that, it's obvious where the challenge is. Government, I'm hopeful being on the council, and one of the things that I think the council has the opportunity to do, and our council works reasonably well together, as different as we are, is to advocate for people, to advocate for housing, to advocate for our Kūpuna to be able to have a quality of life, and advocate for our children to basically have confidence in the future and feeling good about it, not just scared, as opposed to be a regulatory agency. And one of the challenges that I see in the past, and one of the reasons why I got involved in government and wanted a seat at the table to basically be able to do policy and legislation, is the people have good intentions, but they'll just like, instead of saying that doesn't work, try this, they'll just say no. We know how to build houses. We've had quality people. Jesse Spencer and his family built hundreds and hundreds of homes, okay? And for a variety of reasons, basically just people didn't want them to build any homes because they were afraid of speculation. Am I making the point of where the social and political aspect comes in? Like, you're building homes, but people are selling them, and then I don't think we can nitpick that much. And that's it. It just, and when I mean being united, trusting the fact that when we're moving forward, but to basically assess whether it's working or not, work together, and that's really the thing is, it's not just superficial saying collaboration. I mean, it's like we need to be people who don't agree, to recognize we don't agree, but let's try this together, and let's continue to talk about it along the way, and get this done.
I've asked Kelly the same question because we were looking at the results, and you guys are like in a nail biter, like just a few percentage points between the two of you, and you obviously looks like you'll both be going to the general election. So what do you think is the biggest contrast between you and Kelly of what you would do on the council?
I think I'm more positive, and I'm more focused on getting houses built and trusting that our community can manage the future. I believe in Maui's future. Sea level rise, climate change, those things are real, and I don't negate them, but those are going to happen over time. I think the big difference with me is I want to address, like, boots on the ground, tools in our hands, building houses, getting stuff done. And if there's problems with the future, we'll deal with them as the future comes. If we want a quality environment, but for who? We want a quality environment for our kids and for our grandparents and for us. And so that's the biggest difference. I'm more like a hands-on, get stuff done. And I believe in the environmental problems. I lived off the grid for 35 years. I mean, you know, I'm not a developer, but I know how to build.
Right. So speaking of that nail biter race, so there's like 200 votes difference. You have about a 200 vote lead over Kelly, and Johnny Prones has managed 1,300 votes. I don't know Johnny. I think he's going to be in a little bit later on. We'll get to know him. I don't know how well you know him, but how do you translate? Because you and Kelly are going to need to court every one of those 1,300 votes in November. Yeah. You have any thoughts on that? A strategy, a plan?
I'm going to keep working and meeting as many people as I can, and striving for people to actually get them meet Tom Cook, know Tom Cook. Quite often it's like, oh, I didn't know you were like this. I just heard about you. I heard you were, you know, a developer and this and that. Johnny's, it's been challenging to be in debates, not debates, but conversations with him. God bless him for willing to step up and run. That's what I say, and I really mean that. I don't know what's going to happen with those votes.
Well, we've got a few months to find out. Thank you very much for joining us, Councilmember Cook. We appreciate that.
Well, thank you both, and let's all just keep working together.
Working together.
Mahalo.
Amen. Mahalo. Earlier this evening, Cammy and I had the pleasure of interviewing Congresswoman Jill Tokuda via Zoom, and we're going to show that to you right now. Joining us this evening via Zoom is Congresswoman Jill Tokuda, who has been spending a great deal of time here on Maui over the past year, particularly on the west side at the Disaster Recovery Center, where the Congresswoman had set up a resource and information table. Congresswoman, thank you so much for joining us this evening. I'm taking time out of your very busy schedule to be part of the Akakū election coverage this evening. I'm going to turn over, much as I enjoy speaking with you, I'm going to turn over this interview to our analyst for the evening, Cammy Clark, who I'm not sure if you've met her before, but she's a fantastic independent journalist here on Maui, and I know she has some great questions for you. Cammy?
Yes, thank you, Representative Tokuda. I wanted to start with asking you, as we enter the second year of recovery from the wildfires, what resources and funding at the federal level are you trying to help obtain, and especially for the rebuilding of Lahaina?
Absolutely. Well, we've said it before that in terms of the support that we're going to need to provide from the federal government, it's not about months, it's not about years. I look at it in terms of generations of support that we're going to need to provide to our Maui Ohana to really help them recover, and that's talking about the physical and the social and mental healing that needs to take place, but also rebuild from homes to businesses to communities. And so right now I will tell you that one of the things that I am pushing heavily on is to make sure that we provide the supplemental disaster relief funding that the president has requested. CDBG DR funding is going to be absolutely essential. Not just for our Maui community, by the way, but for every single community that's been hit by disaster in these last few years. We need those funds immediately. And so the president has put his request in through for that. We have sent letters and asked, our leadership in both this House and the Senate to please, let's act on this funding. It's so critical that we're able to rely on that, because the next stage of funding, the CDBG DR funding, it's not really talking about temporary funding. It's talking about how we can start to put in permanent infrastructure and support so that we look in rebuilding communities. That's essential money right there. And so clearly lots of different funding pots, but that is a priority one immediately that we need to look at getting back to work on. When we go back in September, that's what we're going to be pushing heavily on to get that funding passed through and on the president's desk for signature.
And speaking of funding, also available would be mitigation funding to prevent future fires. What kind of funding are you trying to get in that direction?
I think when it comes to mitigation, when it comes to look at, again, how do we make sure this never happens again? There are a number of different funds that we have got to be looking towards to look at how we can better utilize our lands, be preventative. In fact, just Friday, the days are rolling by, but just yesterday I was on Maui. I went up to Hui'ia to take a look at the chain of crater roads and the fire that recently took place there, and talking to a lot of the firefighters that were responding to that situation, talking to Hui'ia Ranch and some of their team there in terms of what we need to do to make sure that this does not happen again as well. And for those community, it's about fire breaks, and we're lucky we've got great partnerships there between the fire department as well as Hui'ia Ranch, as well as DLNR, but we need to support those efforts as well. We need to make sure that even as we look at conservation efforts, which is important, restoration of indigenous and native plants, it has to be managed as well. Because if not, a lot of these things become fire fuel. And so these kinds of conversations means we can now start to really focus in on the federal dollars that can look at conservation funding and how we manage these particular areas and lands. Infrastructure, from water infrastructure, is critical. Even if we look at the resources that firefighters need, there's human capacity. We know there's constantly the need for more firefighters and support personnel, but also what kind of equipment do they need extra access to? And so, we've even been looking at things like fire helicopters and whatnot that would be available to those who need to make sure that if there's even a little flare up or smoke is seen, how do we make sure we're able to quickly respond?
Well, thank you so much. We really appreciate it and all the effort that you have done for Maui. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Congresswoman, and hopefully the next time that we have you in at Akakū, either in person or via Zoom, we'll be able to talk about issues other than wildfires and disasters. But
absolutely, but I would just say this, the Maui community is so strong, and I cannot help but just be so inspired, and we're all motivated to do absolutely everything that we can, so please know we are there every step of the way. But I do look forward to seeing both of you in person one day, hopefully soon, and there's plenty that we can talk about.
Wonderful. We appreciate all that you're doing. Aloha.
Aloha.
And now we have live in the studio, no more Zoom, we have Council Member Yukilei Sugimura, who is in the other of the two contested races in this primary election, there being 3 candidates for the UpCountry seat. Thank you so much for joining us, Yukilei. Cammy is our interviewer this evening, and I know she's got some good questions for you.
So we all know Cammy.
Yes.
I'm a Civil Beat. Constant. Do we say you're from Civil Beat, or
Sure.
tonight you're with somebody else?
Tonight she's with us.
She's with you.
Akakū analyst. Yep.
I was going to start with, as the chair of the budget committee, you had about 30 meetings, and I think it was about 28 of them, it felt like.
Oh, yeah.
But it was a $1.7 billion budget, and one of the big goals was trying to do fiscal responsibility versus short and long-term recovery. What were your biggest goals in that budget, and what do you think was accomplished out of it?
So the final budget is 1.2. So the 1.7 that you have is what the mayor sent down to us, right? And after we went through what you saw, you say 40 meetings, we also had district meetings. So we went to night meetings to hear from the community, as well as every single day in the month of April, we had meetings just so that the members could discuss with the departments, you know, what the budget was for them, and we ended up cutting it and did what we need to do. When we got the budget, one of the things we said was this did not look like a budget for disaster. It was a budget like any other budget, right? So we focused it, is what we did as a body. And the way we focused it is the Office of Recovery, which, as you know, is a brand new entity because of the wildfire disaster. We put extra money in there so that the office would have money that they could act upon what is needed when they see it, right? We don't see everything, but we do know that there is a great need for money. So we did things like that. We did go to the legislature. The administration did go to the legislature, and as you know, the legislature gave us $1 billion to help us with the wildfire. In addition to that, to help us with the roads and different infrastructure needs that we may have, they put in, I think it was $63 million into the budget. But we as a body decided to not use the state funding for that because the bond funds were, the cost of the bond would be another $16 million was our estimate. So we are using our own good bond rating to, you know, take care of infrastructure that we could. But I heard Jill Takuda right now talking about the CDBG-DR funds. So as she probably described, that has not been released yet. It goes into the federal budget, and then it will get released based upon all the disasters that happens in the nation. So it's not like we're going to get, you know, the whole thing, but whatever we do get, I know administration came up with their own wish list of the kind of infrastructure and the kind of projects to be done with this disaster mitigation funds. So we are hoping to get that once the federal government, you know, decides or actually acts upon it, and then it'll get, you know, disseminated to us. So all of that, that's in future budget. But for our particular one budget that we just passed for fiscal 25, housing, in the affordable housing pot, we also had housing projects that are in Central Maui, not only in West Maui, but we did have a West Maui project there. We also, one of the projects that did burn was an apartment building right by McKelvey Street. I call it the Big Leaf Project. And so we ended up buying the land. We kind of followed our state, what HHFDC does, where you buy the land, you own the land, We did that, as well as the loan. We made a loan for them to do rebuild. So I call it the Big League project,
Yes.
but that apartment project is something that we put into the budget, and we made sure that, you know, we could keep it going. So, you know, we did actions like that because there was such a great need. We also gave more bodies and more force to the Maui Emergency Management Agency. As you all know, right, that is so important. As you can see, the coordination that's been going on. Unfortunately, we've had these wildfires that have come up in Pukalani and Wailuku that have been just popping up because of our fire debris, which is burnt, you know, old sugarcane fields. I say I miss the sugarcane fields that had water, irrigation in it. But now we're left with whatever it is, right? So in the budget, we gave more appropriation to Maui Emergency Management so that they could build up their force because it was minimal during the fire. We gave more to fire department. And the interesting thing at the very last minute, as you must know, the police department wants to, it's not buy the helicopter, but have access to a helicopter, because it would be money that we have in the budget so that they could actually do what the fire department does, which is they have a contract services. So just trying to improve our response to, you know, future fires and be able to really protect our residents, you know.
Yeah, and you guys did do a lot for public safety. How much safer do you think the county is? You just seen fires, you know, on Crater Road, and you know, and there's some sensors going up. But mitigation-wise, is the county? Do you think the county's doing enough? And there's stuff that the county council can help with future mitigation, so we don't have to have the, you know, these fires in the first place.
You're singing my song. So one of the things that, because my community, right, we got hit first on August the 8th, right? The fires came up in Olinda first, and then the winds came and burnt the gulches, and it did not hit Kula 200. It could have hit to Kula 200, but thanks to Haleakala Ranch and, you know, our friends there in the private sector, that good fellow, right? What they do is when there's a fire, they're into the fire, right? They're trying to protect our residents as well as our fire department. So the actions that were taken that day, right? It was thanks to those kinds of people. I always like to say it because people don't know, but the mitigation factor. So what we need to do is harden, basically, is education. I'm very concerned that if we don't take care of rebuilding with safety in mind, and to ensure that we don't have any more fires like that in the future. Okay, our fire department and everybody with CERTS program will take care of that. But individually, this is where you're singing my song, is that individually, every single person that lives in a house, please, please do not have the surfboard next to your house and all these, you know, things that you normally would rest on your house and make it safe. Take away the debris that could be a fire hazard. At my house, we had these beautiful cypress trees that grew on our balconies, but it was growing into our balcony. We cut it. After that wildfire, we cut that, you know, so if in case, well, we didn't have any fire at my house, but we were in Kula and we could have. So, you know, doing things like that and making your home safe is your responsibility. I don't know if you heard that also. The state implemented, we always hear from neighbors that we always hear from our residents, my neighbor has a vacant lot and nobody's taking care of it, right? And there's debris growing in it, and it becomes a fire hazard. And so the fire department, you can call the fire department and they can cite that house, you know, and a lot of times they're not here, so, you know, out of sight, out of mind, I guess. But the state just implemented something, and I think Governor signed it into law already, where if you are cited, you can get fined $2,000 versus or $2,500. I think the fine that the county could do was $200. Really? So I don't think anybody paid attention to us seriously, right? But we do send a letter. There's a whole process that they have to go through. But it is something that now, believe it or not, everybody cares much more because of what we saw happen to Lahaina and Kula and Olinda.
And that's a very good point. Mitigation starts at home.
Starts at home.
Yes.
Everything starts at home.
Each of our responsibilities.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for joining us, Yuki.
Oh, yes.
We appreciate that, and good luck in your Looks
Thank
like
you.
you're going on to the general.
Yeah, I know.
No big surprise
Yeah.
there. But good luck, and we'll see you again very soon here
Okay.
at
Thank you.
Akakū.
Thank you for having
Mahalo
us.
for joining us.
Thank you.
Chivo Ching Johnson has been busy out in Lahaina. Earlier, you saw his interview with Mayor Bisson. He also spoke with West Maui Council member Tamara Paulson. We have that interview for you now.
Aloha, Chivo Ching Johnson here in the dead center of the Lahaina Cannery Mall. And I must say, it's nice to be back here at the Lahaina Cannery Mall. Tonight we have a Bon Dance Festival going on, and it is primary election night. And with me tonight is Tamara Paulson. How are you tonight?
Doing good. Thank you, Chivo. Aloha.
Aloha. So I wanted to ask you, what do you see as the biggest needs right now for the fire survivors?
Definitely stable housing, help on the rebuilds for the homeowners. A lot of people are navigating how they're gonna pay their mortgages, pay rent, and rebuild. It's a lot. I'm recommending to folks check out Hawaii Community Lending. They can help navigate disaster forbearance and other gap insurance kind of things. So definitely check out Hawaii Community Lending if you're having financial struggles. And we're working on getting more of the permits issued, working our way through the expedited processes and things like that. So
Very, very good. And what opportunities do you see to rebuild Lahaina?
Well, we have been concerned about sea level rise, exposure. The kids at King Kamehameha III Elementary School, they had a certain amount of minutes where they had to get out of the tsunami inundation zone. So I would love to see Lahaina rebuilt in a more resilient way. I've been attending all of the mill camp focus groups where we're talking about widening the roads, and I think they're doing some surveys to see, how wide it is that people would like them to be ultimately, whether it's 24 feet, 28 feet, 36, 42, just trying to reach out to all the residents, what they feel comfortable and what makes them feel safer.
And I love the idea of that. I love there are so many ideas floating around, but a walkable, bikeable community down there does make a lot of sense, and I think that's a great way to move forward on that. Speaking of moving forward, what will you be pushing for at County Council this year going forward?
Well, definitely, we need to get a lot more evacuation and access routes. Basically, we really need the senior center back. We need a lot of these gathering spaces back, and just expediting the permitting process, a direction for the shoreline management area, which the county council really doesn't have jurisdiction over. So we're going to have to work together with the planning commission, the planning department on how it will be rebuilt. But the main thing I think is rebuilding permanent housing. I think about 80% of the population were renters. So we definitely need to help our homeowners rebuild, but we also need to increase permanent renting abilities, for folks, because that was a significant portion of the population. And so we need to build permanent affordable rentals, the whole spectrum, from 60% and below to 140% and above in the area median income.
Well, Tamara, thank you so much for all that you have been doing and all that you will continue to do if you prevail tonight at the primary election countdown. And I thank you so much for being here, and enjoy the Bon dance.
Thank you, thank you. There's a lot of great food and everybody's down here. If you haven't seen your friends and family for a while, come on down. You won't miss. I mean, you walk 2 steps and you'll see somebody you know.
That's true. I've already witnessed that. So coming to you from the Lahaina Cannery Mall, we're going to throw it back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Chivo and Councilmember Paulson. Next up, we'll hear from more members of our Maui community. We'll get a bird's eye view of the cleanup of the burn zone, and we'll enjoy another new song about Lahaina, written by the amazing Steve Grimes.
I think every vote counts. And I live in Kihei, and that's a pretty good race to watch. And I have a definite opinion about that. So, I think everyone should vote.
I already have for the primary. I already sent my ballot in.
Good.
Yes, I voted, and I already put my ballot at the building, the county building, on Thursday.
Absolutely going to vote. Why am I going to vote? It's important to make sure that you're represented and your views are represented.
Yes, I'm going to vote because, it's our right.
Yes, I'm going to vote to make sure that we have people who will listen to the people of Maui in office.
I am going to vote locally. That is one thing that I do commonly. However, I don't vote nationally due to the fact that I am, at root, an anarchist.
What's the most important issue facing Maui County?
I think the most important issue facing Maui County currently is a combination of course, housing being a very big issue currently from the displacement of the fires and an already exacerbated system. Water rights are a big problem. I know that in the establishment of some of these homes that could have helped people who were displaced in the fires, the water was a big issue, so now they've had to relocate to tiny homes. So just the usual resources, water and land. If we can get this housing under control, I'm sure we can get the other two under control.
I'm definitely going to vote. I think a couple of the biggest issues facing Maui County since the fires are food resiliency and food sovereignty on the island. I hope we can get more money locally to farms and also restoring stream flow, Mauka to Makai. I think diverting water on the island is not a smart thing to do.
I think the people that have been affected really do need support. It's imperative that they are able to continue life here and not have to move away.
Well, that's a good one. I guess housing, it's always right there. Sea level rise is important. Homelessness is another issue that is just continues to, it's one of our big challenges for Maui County.
They shouldn't charge other people and hundreds of dollars more for property tax to pay for something else that others had made the mistake.
Okay, and that's the most important issue you think since the fire?
Oh, and the police department need to change their freaking attitude.
Housing, homelessness, or houselessness, that's the most important thing.
Affordable housing.
We need to protect our land, and we need affordable housing for the people that live here.
We need to save the children, and the mothers had better get on their rear ends, off their rear ends, and take care of the children, because that's where it's all at. Those children get into trouble, and they're depending on the teachers to take care of the kid. It's not the responsibility of the school. It comes out of the house. And those parents have got to get up and learn how to be parents over again. No more equipment, no more technology. Be real, be human.
At the break of dawn on August 9th, this is what Lahaina looked like. 102 dead, thousands of structures damaged or destroyed, 12,000 people ripped from their homes and displaced. It looked as though we may never recover. But this footage, taken just days ago by Jesse G. Wald, shows that Lahaina is indeed on the road to recovery. Carrie Alexander is one of the first to rebuild in the burn zone.
I walk over here every day and look at the progress, and I'm excited. It gives us hope that everybody can do it. I mean, people across the street are now building, and up the street there's foundations being poured. So I think it gives hope to people in Lahaina. And it really takes a village. It takes everybody's.
The Army Corps of Engineers, along with 2 construction companies, one Hawaiian-owned, has been on the ground now for almost a year.
Now you see behind me a truck passing. That is the sound of progress here in Lahaina town. We have successfully completed debris removal on 1,372 out of 1,399 residential properties. We've also completed debris removal on 69 of 159 commercial properties in downtown Lahaina town. We removed approximately 3,500 cars, and that operation is ongoing. We hope to have all of the main debris removed from the remaining 20-some properties in Lahaina town here in the next 30 to 45 days.
Welcome to Kapuaʻala, which translates as a place for peaceful recovery. It was the governor's vision to ensure that the state was able to provide those impacted by the wildfires that might not have access to other forms of assistance, a place for them to recover in a peaceful manner. Kapuaʻala consists of 450 units, ranging from studios, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 3 bedrooms. It's designed in a layout that will allow for a sense of community. So if you look in this area right here, you can see that there's 3 units that are within close proximity, but still within the fire code, to be 10 feet apart. And that's designed in case there are multi-generational hana, that they can be in a close proximity to each other. Kūpuna can be in one unit, the family can be in another unit. So it's all designed to develop a sense of community.
Lahaina, touched by the sea and the cruel sun. Some say your heart and your soul have gone, but up from your roots we pray you will grow again, and the past gives birth to the future as darkness to dawn. Lahaina, I know together we'll recover, and we will once again know the calm wind of your touch. Lahaina, you were a gem like no other. To all of your sons and your daughters, you still mean so much. We stand for each other. We stand up when the chips are down. We stand, stranger, sister, or brother. We stand up, we stand for Lahaina town. said, though it will take a village to heal this town. Lahaina, as sure as time slowly passes, the strength and the will to go on will be found. We stand with each other. We stand, yeah, we stand for the Aina. We stand, stranger, sister, or brother. We stand up, we stand for Lahaina town. Yeah, we stand up, we stand for Lahaina town.
Akakū's 2024 primary election coverage is brought to you by the generous support of Mahi Pono, a Maui farming company. The West Maui Taxpayers Association, advocating for you. And Hawaiian Electric, together we build a better Hawaii.
Welcome back to Akakū's exclusive coverage of Maui County's 2024 primary elections, as well as the events of this week of remembrance and the issues that have arisen since in the aftermath of the wildfires. Chivo Ching Johnson has been in Lahaina for most of the day. He's still out there. Hopefully he is participating in the Bon dance. But earlier, he spoke with our State House representative from West Maui, Ellie Cochran. We have the interview for you right now.
Aloha, Chivo Ching Johnson here on primary election night, and I am at the heart of the Lahaina Cannery Mall for the Bon Dance Festival. And with me tonight is Ellie Cochran. And Ellie, good evening. How are you?
Oh, I'm great. Thank you for being here, Chivo. Appreciate Akakū being here at the heart of the action.
Yes, we love it. We absolutely love it. So I have a few questions for you, Ellie. And the first one is, you have been, especially at the beginning, been critical of the county's speed in the rebuilding process. How do you think it's going now?
Thank you, Chivo, for that question. And, well, critical, I think, in the sense of being frustrated, because I do see a lot of ways from day one how we could have expedited things. Having been infrastructure chair with the county council, I quite understand our infrastructure. A lot of our water systems, sewer, underground, ductile iron, things of that nature, I knew was protected. I had made a call into county, and they verified that early on in the first early weeks of, since the event. And from there, I thought, well, let's get going. Clear lots, remove the debris, soil testing, get the infrastructure back, water, sewer, power. People can build. Why not? It's no fault of their own that they lost their homes.
So, and now that has all been remedied, the water has been tested and shown good. The water department has done, in my opinion, an incredible job of fixing all the broken pipes and such. So now we're moving forward. How do you think we're doing now?
Yeah, I'm happy to see. I mean, the entire subdivision of Kapuaʻala within the burn zone is ready. They got water, sewer, power. And what's the holdup? It's the permitting right now. So there again, let's expedite, let's move, and we outsource a third party to do such. And I really don't see it happening as fast as I know a lot of others would like to see.
Yeah. Well, they are expediting it, and that's a longer conversation than we have right now. So what do you think the historic and business districts of Lahaina should do as far as rebuild?
Yeah, every landowner has their right. Every landowner should be a participant in this discussion. What I see happening are selected few groups. There's like some consortium of people coming together, making decisions for Lahaina. They're not being fully inclusive. One, they're not inclusive of myself, which I'd love to be at that table, and I've asked. Two, just the general, not just Kūpuna, not just Hawaiian, but all of us. We are all what make up Lahaina, and the owners, the private landowners have say too. So I would like it to be inclusive.
Okay, and that is a very, very good way to look at it for sure. What action do you think the state legislature should take to help with the recovery of Lahaina moving forward?
Well, we had a wonderful bill with a lot of funding that were coming directly to the wildfires on Maui to assist financially. Then that bill got vetoed, and now we're hanging on the word and the promise of the governor that he has money elsewhere here and there to hodgepodge it together to make up for the bill that he vetoed. A lot of people are asking, is it because of the fact that he had the spend down of that money was to be he had to tell us, the legislator and the people, how it was being spent down, monthly reports on it, and hence why that entire bill got vetoed. That's the thought of a lot of people, because now it's just a promise and a word that things will be funded in a different manner. I hope we as legislator can hold, powers that be to the fire, sorry, wrong word, but to the legislation that we need to hold you accountable. Right? We're funding this for specific things. I want to make sure to get spent for that. And I have found out early on there is no real tracking system on how the money gets used. So that's an issue.
Yeah. So you think that the legislature, the state senate and the House needs to be supervised a little more closely, or people need to be able to know more in depth what they're doing?
Yeah, I think it's the administration. It's the same difference as the county council funds the departments, and now it's the mayor, the administration, to implement through their departments. Same with the governor. The governor has purview over the directors of the departments. We give them funding for particular programs and CIP projects. I want to know that they're getting spent for that, and that's where that oversight needs to happen.
All right. And one final question, Ellie, for you. There's been a lot done in the way of fire mitigation as far as new sensors and such. But we're right now in the middle of fire season. Do you think the county has done enough mitigation efforts to prevent major fires? And do you think that we're better prepared to handle disasters?
No. I mean, perhaps on a lot of levels before August 8th, but I think we still have a lot more ground to cover, in the sense that where I live, I'm still landlocked. If a fire broke out, my original ingress and egress into my property is not, into our subdivision is not there. The schools above me off Lahaina Luna Road, if a fire comes from the south and Lahaina Luna Road gets locked down like it did, they have no way out. They've added another evacuation route heading south. What about heading north, though? Yeah. And that's why my plea for that bypass to be built also, and all the dry grass. Look at they're calling it the Golden Hills of Lahaina. That's dead grass, fire fuel. Okay, golden grass. Well, let's give a pretty name to it. Well, it's a hazard. And no, I really think there's a lot to be done. We have to have our water lines, for in particular the fire hydrants, a dedicated source, because what happened, and I saw it, where the firemen hooked up no water coming out of hydrants, the fire had melted everything down because they're all connected within. Again, it's that infrastructure knowledge and to fix that.
Okay. Well, Ellie, I wish you the best of luck tonight, and thank you so much for granting an interview. And we will see you very soon, and good luck.
Yeah, thank you so much. Aloha, everybody. Take care. Be well. Enjoy the festivities.
Yes, and we are going to go back to the Obon Festival. In the meanwhile, we're going to toss it back to you, Kathy and Cammy on Akakū.
Thank you, Chivo. Again, I really hope to see you in the ring the next time we get a live shot from Lahaina and the Bon dancing. Well, affordable housing is a hot button issue. It's come up a number of times this evening. And we're not just talking about Maui Nui, but across the state and the nation as well. Jordan Hawker is here to talk about affordable housing, and we're going to do that after this video.
My name is Nara Boone. I am co-founder of the Maui Housing Hui, and we came about before the fires. That's a new saying that has entered our lexicon. There's like before the fires and after the fires, right? For so many. Before the fires, I was searching for housing. Before the fires, I couldn't afford rent. Before the fires, it took me almost a year to find something that could house my husband, our 3 children, and our pets, and didn't break the bank. And that was before the fire. When we finally did find housing, my daughter cried for 24 hours straight. It was like the pressure valve releasing. You know, being a child and kind of floating in a way, praying that your parents hold it down and keep a roof over your head. And I think of all the children that are going through that now and how very wrong it is.
My biggest concern right now is the housing situation, and I'm going to take this opportunity to state my mind officially and publicly. The county has had an opportunity for years to step up, and they have not. All we hear is affordable housing, affordable housing. The county and the state have the power to put in a moratorium with rent increases to be no more than 3%. We don't need companies like BlackRock coming here buying 200 plus units and are not controlled by the county or the state. It is not acceptable, and I will fight for this until I die. It's your job to protect your people. That's your job. And you have people out there, professionals like me, that can guide you in this situation, and you're not listening. And it's really upsetting now that we have this situation that there is no housing out there. There is no control. You're putting a moratorium in until October 17. That is doing nothing. It's not helping anybody. The situation stands. There's sharks out there. They're still circling. They're buying everything they can. They're going to do whatever they can. And with this situation, they're going to be able to even jack up the rents more. Not acceptable. You're on, and you're being watched.
So again, Jordan, thank you for joining us. You sat out this election cycle.
I did, yes.
But we still got you here.
I'm here, I'm here. Yeah, it's nice to be here. Thank you for having me.
Oh, thank you for coming in. Cammy has some great questions for you.
All right, let's go, Cammy.
Yeah, so we've been talking a lot about affordable housing, but the one aspect that we haven't talked about tonight is rents and the high rents. You guys just had what I've understand is a renters' rights training at the Cameron Center. Can you talk about that and what you hope to accomplish out of it?
Yeah, so my position with the Maui Housing Hui is a co-founder, but also I run our community education and outreach initiatives, and so I'm coordinating all of that. And the point of the renters' rights training, you know, as we've been engaged post-fires and figuring out what people's issues are, what they're up against, what we find is that, first of all, not all landlords are bad people, but there are enough people out there who are trying to take advantage that, you know, when Auntie gets notice to vacate, right? I need you to go. Or gets a text message from her landlord and says like, hey, you got to get out, right? If she doesn't know that legally she's allowed 45 days, and if it's being converted to a vacation rental, 120 days notice to move, they're just going to go. And right now, you know, as it's been mentioned before, the margin is so razor thin for being housed versus being unhoused. And we're at this threshold where there's limited inventory, the rents are really high. And so what Maui Housing Hui is trying to do, I've talked about it like there's a bucket, we have a bunch of holes in the bucket, and all of our members are like slapping their hands on either side to try to keep the water from coming out, right? So the idea with the renters' rights training is that educated people are harder to take advantage of. Educated people have a greater likelihood of being able to advocate for themselves. And the thing I love about Maui is we're not trying to make a stink or point anybody out or, you know, drag anybody through the mud, but it also makes us averse to the kind of conflict we need in situations where we're being taken advantage of.
And speaking of the rental rates, is there anything that can be done to put a cap on how much they can rise? Or because right now, you know, just since I've lived here in 5 years, they have skyrocketed up, like some cases doubled. And a lot of talk about building housing, but not a lot about what we're doing, you know, just with the rentals now.
Yeah, well, you know, COVID really started this onslaught of our rents raising. And so we've kind of been gradually going up, and then I felt like there was a bit of a plateau, and then the fire hit. And with, you know, the FEMA Direct Lease Program offering, we did actually a community survey and published a report on the impacts of that in the voices of our people, and found the things that we were saying, that people were being asked to leave so that their landlord could rent to FEMA, their rents were being raised, all of these kinds of central themes that we're seeing. There are things that can be done. One of the things that has been done in other municipalities is to place a incremental percentage increase that rents can be raised per year. That's more of like a rent stabilization measure, and it could be amended in our landlord tenant code on the state level. That's one of the things we've really thought about. You know, I was just talking to a woman at Whole Foods, my cashier. I've known her for like 5 or 6 years, right? First time I talked to her, and just talking to her about her housing, and she's like, oh yeah, I've got a studio and a house and a hot plate, and I pay $1,200 for it. And I said, oh, you don't even have a stove. And that was 5 or 6 years ago, right? Wow. And so I talked to her today, and she's like, thanks for everything you're doing. And I'm like, yeah, how's your situation going? And she's like, they raised my rent $750. And that's a cashier. I see her every single day. And how are we supposed to cope with that? So what I see is, yes, a mechanism, you know, where we can advocate for 1 to 3% tops rent raising, unless there's really a documented issue, is something that could be done. And, you know, I look back, Senator Stanley Chang actually introduced Tenants' Bill of Rights, I think 3 or 4 legislative sessions ago, and it had something like that in it. And I, you know, if Senator Chang is watching, we'll be talking to him. But, you know, to talk about how we would benefit from that. But there are absolutely things that can be done. A lot of it's governed on the state level, and that's kind of where we would have to go to make those changes.
What other, you know, we've talked a lot about different ways that we can reach affordable housing. What other things are you advocating for since the fires, and how realistic are they in getting them anytime soon?
Yeah, well, the unfortunate thing is when you want to change any kind of policy, it takes a while, right? So I wish we would have had the wherewithal to get started a lot earlier on these kinds of things. I'm sorry, could you ask me the first part of the question again?
Yeah, what, you know, what type, there's a lot of different ways you can get to affordable housing, you know, and some people are saying, you know, eliminating the STRs, right, short-term rentals, and others are, we got to build more, you know, expedite permitting. Right. What particular avenues are you particularly, you know, advocating for that you think would be the most successful, the quickest?
Right, so for right now, you know, our main thing is to keep people in their housing. I don't think an issue that has been 50 years in the making when it comes to our permitting process and our planning processes, and then has been exacerbated by the housing crisis for COVID and then post-fires, there's not an easy way out. We support as many ways of attacking this issue that are well thought out, and we will not have to bail ourselves out of later. You know, I wish we could build our way out of this, but the water and the infrastructure is always that linchpin, right? And it's the linchpin for affordable housing in Lahaina right now. And so I think, yes, we should build. We should likely try to repurpose buildings, right? And one of the things that Maui Housing Hui is really passionate about is more HUD units available, because we know we have our local people having vouchers that are expiring. HUD is a guaranteed monthly check. As far as the landlord goes, right? If we take the stigma away, because I know a lot of beautiful people, what great families who have HUD vouchers, we take the stigma away, it's guaranteed rent. It's safe housing that has to be to a standard, safe and dignified for our people. So, we're really working on trying to encourage people to get their units HUD certified, but then also, in hearing the new director of housing speak, I think there's an opportunity to find ways to put more affordable rentals in our inventory. And then also, we have to approach it. It's an inventory issue, it's an infrastructure issue. So from a systems perspective, it's all hands on deck. And really, Maui Housing Hui's 3 approach to helping our community is we have a principal researcher, her name is Jade Moreno. She has a master's in policy analyst and has been designing our community surveys. And so really about collecting the data and driving what we know is happening. But the governor says how many people, we need to give them a number, right? And so there's the research portion of it, there's the community education, and then there's the advocacy. And so we're really working with whatever's sound in terms of a solution, looking at things that have been implemented in other ways. Right now we're really focusing on how could the landlord's edit codes serve us better, and educating people. So.
And you've probably seen a lot of people leave the island since the fires. Is there anything that can be done to try to get them back in terms of the housing, or is it once they're gone, it's difficult?
That's a big challenge. I think that with affordable housing projects, and as rare and special as the land and the water and the infrastructure is for them, there might be a way to prioritize projects for people who had to leave, right? There might be a way to say, hey, make sure you enter into this lottery for this system. I have known a lot of people to leave, and they deserve to be here a bit more than I do even, right? Like I've lived here since 2009, and maybe we can trade some places or something like that, like export some of our more.
I've only been 5 years, so.
Yeah, but I think there are ways. We just need to prioritize them. And with affordable housing projects, the other issue, and I saw a Civil Beat article before the fire come out, that we have affordable housing that ages out of being affordable. And in places where they're really tackling their housing issue, affordable, dignified housing for local people, that's deed restriction, that's in perpetuity. And so I've heard it tossed around, but really with these affordable housing proposals that are going to be on the table, they have to move forward in a way that they are given back to our local people and entered back into that pool.
Right. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you for joining us, Jordan. We very much appreciate not just your being here, but all the work that you and your organization is doing.
Yeah, we're in it. We're living it. We have teachers and scientists, and we are the people who are experiencing the issues. We're just not taking it lying down anymore. So, thank you for having me.
All of us.
Yeah.
Thank you. I believe we are due for another Zoom interview. We're going to try that. The third candidate in the South Maui race, we have already spoken with Councilmember Tom Cook and former Councilmember Kelly King. And now I believe we've got Johnny Pronas via Zoom. Let's see if this works.
Aloha, guys.
I think I hear him.
Thank you very much. It's been an honor.
Aloha, Johnny. Thank you for joining us. I'm Kathy, and Cammy is sitting next to me, and I'm going to let her take over this interview.
Hi, Johnny. So people are a little more familiar with both Kelly King and Tom Cook because they've served on the council. Maybe you introduce yourself a little bit, and why do you think that people should vote for you?
I'm born and raised here on Maui in Kihei, and I'm a young person that, puts people first. I'm an independent person that doesn't have a company or doesn't run anything, and I volunteer a lot of work on the side, even though, I have no work yet, but that's what I want to do, helping my community to thrive and get back to what it used to be.
And what do you think right now is the biggest issue facing the county, and what would you do to try to address it?
Right now, there is a lot of transparency that we need all of us to work together so we can pass all of this situation, what's going on Maui.
And what about climate change? What particular issues do you think that are facing the county that the council could do something about in terms of mitigating against fires, building, maybe further back in Lahaina because of sea level rise and those sorts of issues?
At this time, we don't have any, situation like that we can do. Right now, what we can do is just to prepare ourselves for the worst and find a preparation for our communities and our residents to be prepared in the next outcome what we just had this past couple of years. So, yeah.
And where you are in South Maui, obviously one of the hot button items is the short-term rentals and whether they, they should be banned from rental use and hopefully converted into long-term housing. How do you feel about that? And do you think it would work, or are you concerned about the economic ramifications?
As of right now, if it does work for our community and our residents that, the fire victims that can go into, that's a start. But as of right now, what I see that's being built around our islands is a lot of apartment complex. As of right now, I know what the government's trying to do. They're trying to make up money for the loss, what our state has gone. And now, what we need to do for our community is build houses, because that's what our housing people needs right now, because there's a lot of big families out there that's waiting because they cannot afford for 3-bedroom and a 2-bathroom for house 10 of their people.
And speaking of affordable housing, with the new housing director and the new housing department, if you were on the county council, what would you be pushing for the department to accomplish?
As of right now, the word affordable housing, what does that mean for everybody? Because that's what everybody wants to know, because they kind of assume that it's based on their income or how many people that lives in their household. We need to get better, physical prices or numbers that can strive for these people that can get something, instead of moving off the island and find somewhere place maybe affordable for them.
And why did you decide to run?
Because my last position where I was employment was working for MEO. With the disaster from the wildfire, I was working at Hawaiian Airlines, and I talked to my company that I was working for that is there a way of giving me time to help out the community that was affected in Lahaina and UpCountry. So I took time off from Hawaiian Airlines, of not getting paid, and just give back to the community as working at the American Red Cross. I am a shelter manager, and also I do work at the Humane Society, caring for animals and getting them care and adoption and someplace that somebody can take them in. And then I started to go to MEO as an employment specialist for the National Dislocated Workers Grant that was funded by the federal government. So that's why I left MEO, because it's a conflict of interest. So that's why I became to be the next county council if anybody voted for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Johnny.
Thank you, Johnny. I admire anyone and everyone who gets up the courage to run for office regardless of what your issues or your agenda might be. It takes a lot, and it's a marvelous way to serve your community. So thank you very much for that, Johnny.
It's an honor. Thank you.
Affordable housing has been a hot topic throughout the evening, well, every day. But what about having no house at all? That's another thing entirely, and also a huge issue for us here in Maui Nui. Please watch this next video.
There are many reasons why people become houseless and cast out into the world. Some because of the sudden loss of a loved one, a breadwinner. Some because the house got foreclosed on, or the landlord raised the rent. Some because of a medical emergency, or they couldn't afford the hospital, or handle the high cost of health care. Some people are on the street because they can't make enough money to survive. We live in a society that doesn't take care of its mentally ill. And some people, well, they're homeless by choice. In any case, they're sick and tired of it, and what will it take for us to be sick and tired of it too? These people aren't invisible, they're human beings, deserving of our compassion and our respect.
Yeah, we're back in,
Back in the car.
back in the car for a little while, but me and Missy here, and, well,
I haven't seen Gary in so long. I'm so relieved. Oh my gosh, Gary?
yes,
How
hello.
are you?
Pretty good, hanging in there, keeping, I don't know, happy, I guess, right now,
You're stuck in a cycle of getting exited and returning to your car, getting back on lists,
in and out.
Cycle.
Boy, I don't know. Somehow it's, finding a little place to live, but trying to get this stuff together is hectic. I mean, wow. But for me, I'm not gonna stop. Keep it rolling. But yeah, it's raining and I'm dry.
I'm tired of the violation of basic rights and our human needs. We get treated like second-class citizens.
What are you tired of?
I'm tired of all the lies that the government tells.
Of all the people bullshitting.
I'm tired of all the lies and all the shit they said they was gonna do for us. It's not just for us, it's just for the kids too, the generations after us.
What are you tired of?
The lies, the distrust, the disrespect, and the discomfort.
What are you tired of, Vicky?
Everything. Paycheck to paycheck, and for what? So we can be broke again? Like, I feel like that's all we do is work, pay bills, and broke.
How does a houseless person look?
Like me, like you, like your neighbor, like your brother, your sister.
I don't know, I don't trust nobody anymore.
Well, in that video, you saw Lisa Darcy share your mana. We are so pleased to have Lisa live in the studio with us now. Thank you for coming, Lisa.
Oh, it is so nice to be here. It's very cozy in here.
Yes.
I really need to know how cozy this is.
Yeah, it's pretty comfy in here.
They've been working on it for weeks.
Yes, we have. Lisa, Cammy is doing most of our interviewing this evening, so I'm going to turn it over to her.
Well, I've seen you at a lot of council meetings lately, but I wanted to ask you, obviously, homelessness has been a problem on Maui for a while, but how have you seen it change since the fires, and what have you been doing to try to, to help with the situation?
Yeah, how has it changed since the fires? August 9th, when I woke up, I realized there are going to be so many people that are going to be experiencing this disconnect between their previous life and now this catastrophe. And what really went through my head is a lot of people don't have the technology to meet the needs of how to dig out of any kind of an emotional, financial, personal disaster, who are low income, or as Jordan was saying, that 80%, was it 80% of people who are displaced in Lahaina were renters as well. That usually means you don't have access to technology, you don't have access to the finances, you don't have, there's no way anybody's prepared for the amount of paperwork that you have to do to be involved with agencies, to dig yourself out of a catastrophe. And I just was like, oh my God, there's not room for one more person in this pool. So I think the response that Share Your Mana had really was to hold as many people as I was holding already, so that everybody else who needed to engage with the disaster could engage with the disaster. The community that responded in Lahaina and around all of Maui for Kula is gorgeous. It's really gorgeous. And and even during COVID, I just try to hold the space of, so people who do and can move. I'm a fairly unfunded agency, so just give those other agencies and go. We'll just hold down the fort as much as we can.
Right. And the state built the tent city by the Kahului airport, and I was at a couple meetings where there was residents and staff that said, there were problems within it and inside. What have you heard about that? And do those types of places work? And if they don't, what do you think should be done?
I think on paper it was a great idea. I personally have not had great success communicating with the project, and I'm very involved with the Maui disability community for many, many, many years. And generally people who are living unhoused at this point have some sort of a disability which needs accommodation. And so the expertise that Share Your Mana brings, and some of my colleagues, is how to make sure that people have the whatever they need for their disabilities, whether it's physical, emotional, psychiatric, whatever. And we really were not invited into creating that project. So, like I said, on paper, it may have seemed like a great idea. However, in practice, I don't think the people who are the experts in here were really invited into that to really make it as effective as it needs to be. So we've really been trying to advocate to assist people, because it was built to assist people. And we're finding it a lot of confusion around it, as you heard. It's more than confusion. I feel very strongly that it needs some immediate attention. Yeah.
If you could be on the county council and wave your wand of what the county action should be, what would you be like the first couple priorities for the next year, since it's such a dire need now?
Well, in fact, I do have a COA magic wand, so thank you for that. Yes, and I that's one of the questions whenever I work with somebody. I was like, here's the magic wand, wave it, tell me what you see. And I think what I would do is be very clear that parking lots, anything, it's not even a discussion anymore. People need to have protection from the elements. It's like that, that primitive, that whether people can inhabit a van or a tent or something, whether it's a parking lot, a store that has been vacant for a while, people have got to get out of the elements, and they've got to have access to a bathroom and running water. I mean, those are just so important. One of the things I think the county council wants to have a dialogue about, but maybe doesn't know how to, is the concept of serving people who've lived here and maybe generationally and or have a cultural tie to Maui versus Maui being a part of the United States. So there's a piece of this that never gets brought into, is that Maui and Hawaii are part of the United States. So if I wanted to move to Indiana, I don't have to go through any loops. I can move to Indiana, right? And so there's a very big strain in Maui, and California, Florida, states that are the climate is more benign. So how do states that have this capacity to for people to actually survive and not freeze during the winter, how do they get more supports and recognition that as more and more people around the country fall into poverty, which if you're following national and international news, and people are migrating because of war, how do we respond to this as a human being before just sticking them in a policy box? And I think what's happened is over the last maybe 20 years, Maui's really become policy boxes before people become human beings. And I think we really just have to say we need something to just keep people from the elements and in ohanas or in groups. And my experience when people do actually get into groups is natural leadership emerges, and people do want to get better, and people do share everything to a fault. In fact, that's I think one of the reasons I see so many people as poverty is because they give everything away all the time, and they're so generous. They're always trying to give me things. I was like, no, that's not the way it works. I was like, and I think, yeah, if people didn't have to worry about actually being in the elements, and they had water and bathroom, and actually the capacity to sleep. If you don't get a good night's sleep, imagine that week after week after week, your body goes into a sort of it goes into reaction and not responses. And I think we really have to just be that primitive about approaching this, that people's bodies and minds are not connected once you're in these sort of conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you so much. It's a pleasure, and the good work that you're doing. And I just wanted to ask one more thing real quickly, but I've talked to a lot of teachers that said they see a lot of children just because the rents are so high living in cars with their families. Do you see more of that? And what do you think can be done about that issue?
Absolutely. Parking lots, bathrooms, places where agencies can, come and meet with people. A lot more physical outreach has to be done because there isn't, as Jordan mentioned, there isn't any infrastructure. It's not here. It's not gonna happen anytime soon. And one night of sleeping out and not having that security or feeling safe is one night too many.
Thank you, Lisa. Tonight during our primary election coverage, we have been focusing on events around the 1 year mark of the fires, but houselessness is an issue that has been huge well before August 8th, 2023, and you've been fighting the fight for a long time, and I don't know where you get the energy and the determination, but thank you for that.
You're so welcome.
Keep
I
it
have to
up.
say, if you meet the people I meet, it's such a reciprocal relationship. They give me a lot more than I give them. So
I understand that. And that comes through on the videos that you do.
I love that crew.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
And as mentioned earlier, we are also covering many of the events during this week of remembrance. And on August 8th, just 2 days ago, thousands of well-wishers staged a paddle out to mark the anniversary of the wildfires. And we have that video for you now.
We're here at Hanaka'o'o Beach in Lahaina, Maui, also known as Canoe Beach, because our 3 canoe clubs paddle out of here, and we're getting ready for the county-sponsored, community-initiated paddle out. It's just kind of a way that, ocean people, we go paddle out together to just kind of remember a loss and be together. And if you cry, it's totally okay, because the ocean is salty, your tears are salty. And so we're just grateful to the county for supporting the community in this event, so people have a chance to be together. Some people like to heal alone, which is totally fine too, but for those of us that like to gather with friends and family in our community, this is one way that we can just, leave our grief in the water.
I guess coming from Molokai, we see Lahaina as an extension of our community, which is why it was important for me to also be here today to bring the aloha and the pule from our Molokai community, because we love Lahaina so much. Our Hawaiian cultural symbols of hope, manaya kalani, hokule'a, and mo'okiha, are here to support the Lahaina community on this day, in joining us for a collective kapukai.
It's really all over the place, thousands, tens of thousands of people were affected, and so there's tens of thousands of different emotions, I'm sure. But I think, really it's just a time to reflect on the lives lost, all the families impacted, and pledge to support each other for the coming days, weeks, months, years ahead, that we can rise from the ashes.
Monday, August 7th, 9:52 a.m. Hawaii's Emergency Management Agency, EMA, warns residents about winds and potentially dangerous conditions whipped up by Hurricane Dora, a Category 4 storm passing to the south of Hawaii. The agency warns in a post on Twitter of gusty winds and dry fuels creating risk of extreme fire behavior. Throughout the day, wind wreaks havoc on Maui, knocking down power lines and causing power outages. Tuesday, August 8th, 3:45 a.m. Maui officials announce in a press release that a brush fire was reported in the Olinda Road area of Kula. This blaze would be known as the UpCountry fire. 6:37 a.m. Continued strong winds from Dora create conditions for a 3-acre brush fire that breaks out in the area of Lahaina Road. Just before 9 a.m. the brush fire in Lahaina is declared 100% contained. However, that does not mean the fire was extinguished. Maui officials through a press release say power outages are impacting the ability to pump water to fight the fires. 11 a.m. UpCountry residents Gail and Ross Hart witness fire cross a gulch in their neighborhood in Kula. They are forced to leave as water pressure to fight the fires fails and their house was consumed in the blaze. 3 p.m. A Lahaina resident describes a series of explosions heard on his street. 3:30 p.m. The fire in Lahaina flares up, forcing the Lahaina bypass to be closed. Fire crews are not split between battling fires in Kula and Lahaina. 3:43 p.m. The EMA posts that Lieutenant Governor Sylvia Luke, acting as governor while Governor Josh Green is out of state, has issued an emergency proclamation. 5:38 p.m. Smoke engulfs boats at Lahaina Mooring Field. It is reported on social media that people are trapped, boats, cars, and gas stations are exploding. 5:41 p.m. The fire approaches retail areas on Front Street as black smoke billows in the air. Lahaina resident Alan Dicker reported from Front Street as he prepared to flee. 6:30 p.m. A group of people sheltering in a swimming pool at the Ainanalu condos watch as massive flames destroy buildings around them. 7:03 p.m. Flames overtake Lahaina Harbor and explosions are heard every few seconds in the fierce winds. Lahaina resident Brian Sizemore reports he saw at least a dozen bodies floating in the water. 9:45 p.m. Maui County Mayor Richard Bisson issues an emergency proclamation in response to the fires. Late Tuesday, Major Jen Kenneth Hara of the Hawaii National Guard announces his military force has been activated, their support accelerated because of the rapidly changing conditions.
Jesus, please help us.
11:50 p.m. Kihei residents are evacuated as the Pulehu Kihei fire erupts and begins to spread. The fires rage through the night in Kula, Kihei, and Lahaina. Wednesday, August 9th, 9:25 a.m. Maui officials announced that 4 helicopters are assisting firefighters in Lahaina. Later that day, Maui County announces that 6 people have been found dead the first casualties. A mass exodus from the Lahaina area brings the road to a standstill as cars inch along the road to flee. FEMA approves fire assistance grants for the Lahaina fire, the UpCountry fire, and other fires on the island. Kihei residents are allowed to return home as the Puleho Kihei fire begins to become contained and it is deemed safe to return. 3:30 p.m. Maui officials confirm that a federal team has arrived on island to assist with search and rescue efforts. Later, officials announced that 36 total fatalities have been discovered in the Lahaina blaze. President Joe Biden releases a first statement ordering all available federal assets in the islands to help with the response. Thursday, August 10th, 7:30 a.m. The first drone videos show up on Facebook revealing the complete devastation of Lahaina. 10:30 a.m. The fire in Lahaina is reported to be 80% contained. The Puleho Kihei fire is said to be 70% contained, but the containment of the UpCountry blaze is not yet known. 1:10 p.m. In a news release, Maui officials announced the death toll has risen to 53. 9:15 p.m. The death toll rises to 55. Friday, August 11th, 1 p.m. Maui officials confirm 12 additional deaths as the death toll rises to 67. EMA confirms that warning sirens on Maui were not activated during the fires. 3 p.m. The Lahaina fire is 85% contained, the Puleho Kihei fire is 80% contained, and the UpCountry fire is 50% contained as firefighters continue to fight flare-ups in all three fires. Saturday, August 12th. The Kihei fire is declared 100% contained. 2:05 a.m. Maui officials announced the death toll has reached 80. Through the coming days, the death toll rises to 111 by August 17. Search and rescue efforts continue. Relief efforts continue as federal, state, and local authorities work to provide aid and shelter for the survivors of the fires. On Tuesday, August 15th, President Biden announces he will come to Maui in support. Wednesday, August 16th, Governor Josh Green announces the road to Lahaina is reopened from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. daily. Residents are urged to use caution as dangerous conditions exist and to only travel to the Lahaina area if it is necessary to check on property or to deliver relief supplies or volunteer to help.
Change what happened here. I stopped the wind from blowing and aim it at the ocean, watch it disappear. If I could take
After the fire that devastated Lahaina and took so many lives and homes, Shawneen Schweitzer and her family were in shock. But they knew they had to do something. So along with her husband Maddie, her two sons Maddie and Zane, her daughter Shelby, and friends, spontaneously erected this memorial along the bypass road. Above Lahaina, just below where people think the first fire began. When they started, the number of people who died was at 84. By the next day, the total was 99. And now the death toll stands at 115. The Schweitzers, along with friends, spent early morning hours affixing crosses to the fence, and they wanted to do it before President Biden's visit, and they did. The next day, friends and volunteers attached 1,000 ribbons to honor the missing. Then members of the community began to show up, and the makeshift memorial took on a life of its own. People brought solar lighting to light the memorial at night, Sharpies so people can write the names of those who have perished, flowers and leis to honor the dead and those we can no longer find. As Shawneen Schweitzer says, it's a place to honor the fallen, a place for leis and a place for prayers, but it's also a place of hope and a beacon of light for our lovely West Side residents, she says. Proving once and forever, Lahaina strong and Maui no ka'oe.
Akakū's 2024 primary election coverage is brought to you by the generous support of Mahipono, a Maui farming company, the West Maui Taxpayers Association, advocating for you, and Bank of Hawaii, financial strength recognized around the world.
And we're back with Akakū's exclusive coverage of the 2024 primary elections here in Maui Nui. But as you know, if you've been watching from 7 o'clock, we have also been spending a great deal of time, more time actually, on the events surrounding the 1 week of remembrance of the wildfires of August 8th, 2023. We've had many different community members in, as well as candidates. We are awaiting the second printout, which the Lieutenant Governor's office, the Office of Elections, had promised us at 10:30. We'll see if that holds true. As soon as they come in, we will give them to you. But I think most of the stories have already been told with that first printout, which we'll review for you a little bit later on. I'm Kathy Collins, your host, Cammy Clark, our analyst for the evening, and we have another guest with us. Autumn Nest from the Lahaina Land Trust. We are going to watch this video first, and then we'll be speaking with Autumn about what you and we are about to watch.
Pulitzer Prize-winning author Elizabeth Gobert recently published an article in the New Yorker magazine about the Maui fire. She started it off by talking about the endangered alala, the Hawaiian crow, when fire broke out near the bird sanctuary in Olinda. The birds okay? The smoke didn't get the birds?
The birds are all great. The fire started right across from Maui Bird Conservation Center and was burning right across from our office. DLNR has kept firefighters on this road all week, and they prevented it from crossing, and it would have been so tragic. All the structures made it, all the birds have made it.
In her article, Colbert points out that the factors that are causing the collapse and extinction of Maui's forest birds are the same factors contributing to the wildfires that devastated Lahaina. A long history of habitat destruction, invasive species, and the effects of agriculture on the landscape. She reminds us that Lahaina, which now stands in ruin, was once a wetland, and starting in the mid-19th century, most of the vegetation around Lahaina was cleared to make room for sugar plantations. And when sugar went away, invasive non-native grasses took over, creating a tinderbox in times of drought. She quotes a fire specialist at the University of Hawaii who said that during all this time, nothing's been done to deal with invasive grasses or reduce fire risk. Colbert points to climate change as the root cause. Warmer days and less rain. How well humanity will fare on the new planet it is busy creating is an open question, she says. Homo sapiens is a remarkably clever species. So too, she says, was the endangered, almost extinct alala.
My name is Benji Akolu Rodriguez. We're standing in the wahi of Kahuvai. It's in the moku of Puna. Around us is Kamani forest. It is native forest and some of the most intact archaeological sites throughout all of Hawaii. In the light of Lahaina and the fires going on, I wanted to share. If you go back to 1863 in the newspapers, there's an article. It's about this place called Kamalu Uluolele. And Kamalu Uluolele is actually the original name of Lahaina. Lahaina is actually a name that was given to the place. Lahaina translates into the merciless sun. If you go back to 1863 and you read Nupepa Ku'oko'a, written by Di Kaholili'u, he writes and he describes Lele. And he said it's an intentionally planted forest from mountain to sea, miles wide, with narrow walkways, and is planted with hau, ko, niu. It's interesting, you know, once that was actually burnt down, famine broke out, they burnt down the food forest there and used it to power the sugar mills. And that's when I believe the name, from what I was told by my elders, that the name was changed from Lele into Lahaina. This place in Puna is still an intact native forest. And so I could just imagine that, you know, we're standing in what Lahaina used to be some 200 odd years ago.
And joining us now in the studio live, Autumn Ness from the Lahaina Land Trust. Welcome, Autumn. Thank you for being here. Cammy's got some questions for you.
Thanks. So as you know, soon after the fires, the Lahaina Land Trust was formed to keep land in Lahaina hands. Yep. Could you give us an update of what you guys have been doing in the past year?
Yeah, so the first few months after the fires was really listening to the Lahaina community to see if something like a land trust is a tool that they would be open to using while everybody was worried about land grabs and stuff like that. And when we got the support we needed from the community, we spent the next months looking around the continent in other communities, especially post-disaster communities, some indigenous-led land trusts, to see what the best path forward was for us. And now, about a year, we are a year in, we've raised quite a bit of funding. We got a $15 million funding package from the county. A large portion of that is acquisition money, and some of that is pass-through funds that we'll be able to use to help folks who have an insurance gap when they're rebuilding, to help them stay home. And I'm really happy to announce that on August 8th, we signed a contract for our first purchase.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so we are under contract right now to purchase our first property. When I say our, I mean this property will belong to the Lahaina community. Yeah, so that's really exciting.
That is very exciting. Yeah. What kind of property is it?
It's a residential property in Wahikuli. We've been working with the previous owners since almost immediately after the fire. And we're really looking forward to building a home on it and putting a Lahaina family inside.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah.
So, so the cleanup is going on, and now most of the residential debris has been cleaned from the burn zone, and the commercial will follow. But that's going to be when people are going to start to make more decisions about what they're going to do. Are they going to rebuild? Are they going to sell? What are you seeing out there, and how many properties do you think ultimately you might be able to help through the land trust?
Well, what we're seeing right now is properties are just now starting to go to market. And the way the Lahaina Community Land Trust works is if someone reaches out to the trust to say, hey, I think I want to sell, the first question we ask is why? Are you selling out of desperation because you think that's your only option? And if that's the case, before we talk about buying your property, let's talk about if there's options to keep you on your land. And then the second option is, okay, does it make sense? Can we buy it and put it in trust for the community? If we do things right, and if we react properly to properties going up for sale in Lahaina, you asked how many properties are we going to acquire? Our goal is over a 10-year span for us to touch enough properties, whether we own them outright or not, to touch and support enough properties that long-term, a large percentage of Lahaina's housing stock will be permanently protected for Lahaina residents forever. Like, they will never be accessible to off-island investor purchases. We have different tools and different levels of intervention to make that happen, but when we talk about how many properties do we want, we're not like real estate agents. We're not out looking like we want that one. We're responding to the need of our community as they come up. And so that's really going to dictate the pace at which we work, is the needs of our community. But the long-term goal is to have a big portion of Lahaina's housing stock protected forever. So we can just solve the problem in Lahaina once and for all of offshore wealth coming in and buying property and turning it into a wealth generator that doesn't serve the community.
Right. And what does the trust affordable housing program work?
Well, so we have an affordable housing program. Some of the funds that we got in our funding package came from the County of Maui Affordable Housing Fund. So all of the funds in that program are going to operate according to that fund's rules. But we all hear about the missing middle, right? The folks that are just above what the HUD-dictated affordable housing numbers are. So when we say affordable housing program, I think it's maybe more accurate to say attainable housing. So depending on the funding source of the acquisition of a certain property or the construction of a certain home, we may adhere to the county affordable housing guidelines. For other ones, we may just, standard formulas say that a family shouldn't pay more than 30% of their income for their home, right? So we're just going to stick to that. And so if you're above the 140 AMI, but you're a longtime Lahaina resident who's having a problem, we're going to work within that formula. And once a home is in the trust, it will be affordable or attainable forever. It's never gonna be a for-profit home on the speculative market again.
And is some of the land that you might be able to purchase end up going either like to become a park or to be for conservation or other uses, not for, a rebuild of a residential home?
Yeah, I'm sure many Lahaina folks can think of right now a property that was developed, probably a number of them, that should never have been developed because it's culturally significant or ecologically important. So when some of those properties go up for sale, we'll consult with our advisory board and the community. Hey, does it make sense for the trust to step in and make sure the wrong person doesn't buy it, secure the property, and give the community time? We're effectively buying the community time to figure out, okay, should this parcel have not been developed? Should it go into cultural preservation? If so, who should be the end owner of it? Should we retain title and give a stewardship agreement to a different organization? Does it make sense for a different organization to take it over completely? We just want to take those properties off the market to make sure they don't end up in the wrong hands, give the community time to figure it out. Yeah. So that's true for conservation, open space. Yeah. even commercial properties, we've heard loud and clear from the community that the commercial center of Lahaina was not a place necessarily that served long-term residents, and there weren't a lot of places that contributed to a regenerative economy. It was very extractive and very tourist-centered. So if there's a property that it makes sense for the land trust to purchase in the commercial center and then turn it into something that's a commercial space that is those things, regenerative, place-based, the funding stays in the community and not doesn't go to an offshore owner, then that's something we're looking at too.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you, Autumn.
Yeah,
I really
thanks for having
that.
Thanks for having me.
We have another Zoom interview coming up, and we do have our second printout results, which we will be putting on the screen for you in a few minutes. Just give us a few minutes to get all of that organized. But I do want to address that one race that everybody's been looking at, because the South Maui Council race, obviously Tom Cook, the incumbent, and Kelly King, the former council member, will be moving on to the general. And Tom Cook's margin has widened, but just negligibly. Now it's about 300 votes more than Kelly King, 41% basically to almost 40%. And Johnny Prones also picked up a few more votes as well. We'll be looking at all of those numbers momentarily, but right now we have via Zoom Adriel Lamb, who is one of, I think, 6 Republicans vying for the right to challenge Senator Mazie Hirono in the general election. And as of the first printout, Adriel was running second to Bob McDermott. And I have not had a chance to look and see what the second printout looks like, but I believe we have Adriel with us via Zoom. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Aloha. Good evening.
Aloha. Thank you for joining us. And there you are. Adriel, Cammy Clark is our interviewer and analyst. I'm going to turn it over to her now.
Hi, Mr. Lamb. You've said that the biggest issue facing Hawaii is keeping residents from leaving. How would you do that in Congress?
I think, it's the biggest issue here in Hawaii is cost of living, right? And there are many factors that go into it. It's not just inflation, rising costs. We already talked about housing here. And one of those things that really affects Hawaii is the Jones Act. And the Jones Act is one that increased the cost of shipping. And when we look at what it costs to put together a fleet to be able to ship to Hawaii, that it's not a fault of the company that does it. It's just, I heard some statistics that's like $5 billion to build a ship, where you can do it for $1 billion in Korea. And so already 5 times the cost to be able to make that available to Hawaii, it's passed on to the consumer. And so we're here in Hawaii, we're bearing the burden. I think the other 49 states need to understand the significance we are to the 50-state union and to accommodate our interests with the Jones Act. Because I know the Gulf states and West Coast states benefit from the Jones Act. It's a 100-year-old law. It's a protectionist measure to protect their shipping industry, but needs to help us here in Hawaii too, and not just for certain shippers here, but all of us here in Hawaii. So that's one example of making federal law benefit Hawaii. I think another example that I do put in my write-up is what Prince Kuhio did when he went to Washington. He came back and said, you need to bring government closer to the people. That's why you created the city and county system. Back then, we just had a governor that took care of everything. Today, we're much more capable, much more populous people, much more knowledgeable. I think we can govern ourselves a little better and not have one city and county-wide government for each island. Each community should be able to have their own elected officials to tax locally and spend locally and make priorities for our own communities, instead of an island-wide bureaucracy that sometimes can be wasteful, but doesn't always see the priorities for different parts of the islands. I give an example of just Big Island itself. 10 climate zones of the world. It's very diverse. geography. When we look at Oahu, we have very diverse communities. We're not all the same. We can't be governed with just one centralized bureaucracy. So I would recommend when we go to Washington, that we come back, we take to them priorities that come up from the communities, that have local leadership, local elected leaders who can give the feedback and help us to, work together to bring costs down. That's why we're making things more affordable for Hawaii. I don't know if I'm going too long here, but part of it's, in my experience, working in the federal government, I was in the Army for 24 years, but it's being able to leave, but also come back, right? Get overseas, get national or international experience, but bring the expertise home, and also to rotate that expertise here. I think we hear a lot from our own children that there's no opportunity for advancement. People stay in their positions too long. We don't rotate. We don't develop the next generation. And I think that's a problem with our politics too. We have too many people that stay around too long, and we don't develop leaders for the future. So a couple things there. I hope that answers your question.
You were speaking a little bit about how to keep people here. Do you feel like the economy of Hawaii should be more diversified with better paying jobs and different things? And how could you try to lure and help other companies and other kinds of industries come to Hawaii through Congress?
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, I think Hawaii has so much potential, natural resources and people. I mean, we really do have the world here of all kinds of people, all sorts of talents here. And it's being able to, attract them here. The common I get, especially working here with the Army, I was an Army officer, we did planning conferences. And, when you try to get people here, the common feedback is, oh, you're going there for a vacation, right? No, they're not. I mean, we have a lot of foreign partners that come here, and they always say, I've never been to the beach, because they're so busy working at our conferences and getting things done. And I think that's a mentality change of, here in Hawaii, it's not a vacation spot. It's a real place of real people, and you get a lot of things done here. I mean, as an island economy, I worked with our partners in Taiwan before. They're about maybe double the size of us. Similar situation, varying geography, as opposed to being, people from all the world. They have people from all parts of China that make up the Taiwan communities. But they're able to work together and diversify and, work with their own capabilities and build these niche industries that for, better part of the last half century were world-leading technologies, world-leading communities in their areas. We can do that here in Hawaii too. We have that capability.
Thank you very much, Adriel Lamb. We so appreciate your taking the time, but we are running out of time on our show right now. And I believe you know that Bob McDermott has won this particular race, but you have put so much time and thought into these issues. I hope that this will not be the end of your political career. I hope you will continue to make your views known and throw your hat into the ring again. Thank you for joining us this evening.
Okay, thank you.
Our best to you.
Thank you.
Aloha. And as I said a little bit earlier, gosh, they weren't lying. The Office of Elections did get the second printout out a little before 10:30, in fact, and I believe we are going to see them on the screen as we recap. Again, this is the Green Party candidate for the Senate, and those votes are really votes of confidence and only reflect those registered members of the Green Party. Our printouts disappeared. Maybe I'll just read them off the iPad here. Oh, there we go. We're back. We've already looked at Emmy Pullman's numbers. Let's see our other party races. There we are. We were just talking with Adriel Lamb, who came in a distant second to Bob McDermott. Mr. McDermott will be facing Mazie Hirono for the Senate seat in the general election in November, and Mazie very easily getting her party's nomination. We do have a nonpartisan candidate in that race. You'll be seeing John Jufrey's name on the ballot in November, as well as Shelley Pikachu Billionaire, We the People. Now that means that many people did register statewide or selected We the People as their party when they filled out their primary ballot. For the 1st Congressional District, the Republican Patrick Largy will be going on to the general, and incumbent Ed Case will easily take the Democratic nomination. We also have a nonpartisan candidate in that race. That'll be Calvin Griffin. And for our 2nd Congressional District, the Republican candidate running unopposed, Steve Bond, will be facing Jill Tokuda, our current Congresswoman. We spoke with her earlier this evening. Moving on to our nonpartisan candidate, we can't leave out Randall Kelly Meyer, who will also be on the ballot, as well as a Libertarian candidate, Aaron Atoman. Now, for our local races from State House District, my eyes are starting to glaze over. District 10, Wailuku area, you know. Our incumbent, Tyson Miyake, is going on to the general election, having defeated Jeremiah Savage. And from District 13, Scott Adam is the Republican candidate. Mahina Poi Poi will be the Democratic candidate for State House District 13. District 14, Republican Kelly Armstrong is challenging Ellie Cochran, our incumbent, and obviously now will be definitely the Democratic candidate, having won her primary quite easily. Now for the county council races, as I told you a few minutes ago, Tom Cook has held on to his couple hundred vote lead. Actually, it's more like 300 votes now over Kelly King and Johnny Prones, who was all expected, coming in 3rd, but with a respectable 1,382 votes. And in the other contested county council race in this primary, incumbent Yukile Sugimura will be facing Joselyn Cruz in the general election. Both of those ladies were here to speak with us earlier this evening here at Akakū, and we'll be seeing them in November as well. Oh, and we'll take a look at the OHA seats that were listed in the primary election. And again, I should have checked ahead all this time. I believe one of these one of these folks will go on to the general, let's see, and Kaikahele, that was for the Hawaii Island residency. For the Molokai residency, Luana Alapa with 20.5% of the votes, and Kananinihi Pali running 2nd, 12.9%. And we actually have 7 at-large candidates, but we don't have room for all of them. So we've split it up that way. But I believe Keli'i Akina with 14% is the top vote getter. Peter Apo with 10.2%, but I believe that there was another with 11%. And again, I'm not sure how many of these folks move on to the general election. And those are the second printout results. That's pretty much final. They always do a final printout, but that that usually comes about 4 or 5 in the morning because basically what they're doing is just making sure that validating each one of the ballots that they had received and counted today, presumably.
And it doesn't look like anything would change from that.
Doubtful, yeah. Nothing that would make a difference for the general election. Now that King and Cook race is very tight, but regardless, they're both moving on to the general election in November. And boy, that's a race everybody's going to be watching.
So close. I think it's even closer than we expected. So
yeah. Well, Cammy, how did you enjoy your first election night with Akakū?
Well, you're the pro. You've done it 20 times as my first, so it's such a pleasure to work with a pro.
We really appreciate having you here. Thank you so much. Thank you to Chivo Ching Johnson out there in Lahaina and getting all those interviews, and also to our entire crew here at Akakū. Thank you, J. April, for doing an extra amount of work. It's a full-time job just running this place, and he just was. I don't think he got any sleep this last week.
Looks like it.
Yes, mahalo to our sponsors as well. And of course to you, our viewers. Thank you so much for joining us this evening for Akakū's exclusive coverage of the 2024 Maui Nui primary elections. We hope you will join us. What is the date? November 8th for the general election? It's a Tuesday, I know that. We'll be back here, and we hope you will as well. Mahalo and aloha.
Akakū's 2024 primary election coverage is brought to you by the generous support of the West Maui Taxpayers Association, advocating for you. Mahi Pono, a Maui farming company. And Aloha Event Lighting, more than just a lighting company.